Is this thing on? Is this thing on right now? Oh my goodness gracious. It has been too long. It has been too long. Hello and welcome or welcome back, everybody, to this channel. Whether you're on TikTok, whether you're on Instagram, hello, or whether you are on YouTube. I really appreciate you guys showing up. I am nervous as hell. This has been the first live back in so long. I don't even know what we're gonna say today, what we're gonna do today. I have no idea. I have no plan. But luckily, the angels and guides have their plan. And so I'm gonna let them work through me as usual. I hope everyone's doing amazing today. Welcome or welcome back to this live stream. My name is Tobias, and it's an honor to have you here. And if you are new here, this is our weekly collective live where we allow the angels and the guides for the collective to speak through in this channel. And we've had some amazing moments in past live streams where the angels and guides have made themselves explicitly clear as to what they want us to hear. And we're going to be speaking about, one thing I want to start off with is, if you're new here, there's going to be something for everyone. Okay? There's going to be something for people who are looking for confirmation in love. There's going to be collective guidance, generally speaking, in your soul purpose in your career. There's going to be general channeled messages, intuitive insight. If you're on the spiritual journey and you're like, what the heck is going on? If you are here in love and you're like, what the heck is going on? If you're looking for guidance around relationships and the spiritual journey regarding relationships and you're brand new to it all, welcome. This is what this channel, this is what this live stream, this is what this video is here to help clear up. Okay, so let me go through the agenda for today a little bit. First of all, I want to kind of explain the history really briefly of this live stream and also the purpose of it. This is my gift back to all of you, okay? I am literally only here, and I mean this literally. I am literally only here because of each and every single one of you. I mean Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube. Okay? I'm only sitting here. You can only see me visibly right now because of each and every one of you. Even if you've never bought a product, even if you've never heard of me until this moment, if you are watching this video, or if you've watched any of my content or reels or TikToks in the past, you have supported me on this journey to being able to just be and to give from my heart and from my soul and to exist. And somehow along this journey, what I discovered is that that is the actual way in which I provide value to the world. I know. Who would have thought? Who would have thought that me just existing as I am, truly as I am, not trying to prove anything, not trying to be anything else other than what I think I should be or needed to be when I was growing up, but just existing as I am is enough to bring enough value to the world to be able to support myself, to be able to support my craft, and most importantly, to be able to support my soul purpose. And many of you are here today looking for that soul purpose. You're wondering, what is my soul purpose? Brandon, angels and guides, God, can you share with me what my soul purpose is? Please, I'm looking. I need something. I need some confirmation. Let this be your first confirmation. You are just here to be. You are just here to be. Now, the way in which you can support yourself, the way in which you can provide, the way in which you can live in modern society will come to you. I promise you it will come to you. If you guys thought I knew I was going to be 144 in the Instagram chat, by the way, that's a twin soul number. If you guys thought I knew I wanted to be a tarot reader in order to be able to provide and share these messages from the time I was birthed until now, you guys would be completely off because I had no idea. But the universe and God and my angels and guides made sure I knew, hey, tarot is the vehicle for you to be able to exist and do your purpose. So here's my first calling to each and every single one of you today. I need you to find your vehicle. I need you to find your vehicle. I'm getting chills, so many chills as I say this. I need you to find your vehicle. What is your vehicle that will allow you to just exist as you are and provide value to the world with your existence in a way that will support yourself? Because the real truth of the matter is, and I've been doing this now for 3.5, almost 4 years professionally, unless you are able to support yourself, to provide for yourself, to find a way to make sure your life is stable with your sole purpose, with your existence, you're never going to be able to get the word out to as many people. Many people ask me and they say, Brandon, and I've been asked this many times before, and it's even been debated, Brandon, why don't you do all of this for free? Brandon, why don't you just go live every day for free? All of your content, all of your extended readings, your gifts should be free, Brandon. And I say, really? Would I invite a plumber into my home and the plumber, I should just expect the plumber to say, hey, this is free, this is on the house every single time? Okay? In modern society, it is our duty to find a profession that allows us to support ourselves so we can live our greater purpose. You guys see? And one thing I want to say, if you're watching this, okay, and you're a spiritual being, and you're hoping to be, or you think, or you feel you're a spiritual practitioner, or at the very least, you're someone who's here to serve people, right? You're someone who's here to serve people as a coach, as a guide, as a mentor, as a channeler, okay? And you're still working a 9-to-5 job because maybe that's where things are at right now, and that's totally okay. Maybe that's what you need at this time to support yourself. That's great. I totally support that for a certain time. But you also have to realize that you're limited, you're inherently limited, okay, by having to divert some of your energy towards that other area of life outside of your existence. And where I fully believe in my heart, in my soul, what's being channeled to me and what's been channeled for a long time is that our career, our job, our purpose is merging into our soul purpose and our existence. Do you guys see? Okay? I want to say that again. Our career, our livelihood, i.e. the way that we survive in this modern society and make money, is merging into, and needs to merge into the way that we exist. Do you see? In alignment with our soul purpose. So I need you all to find a vehicle. I need you all to selfishly find a vehicle that allows you to get paid so you can spend more time and more energy, okay, and impact more people with that vehicle in modern society that allows you to support yourself financially so you can spread even more impact, okay? Let's remove, let's remove any stereotype here and now around living your purpose as your career, right? Or being a spiritual practitioner or someone here to speak and channel and be here for the world, okay? I want to see, give me an amen in the chat for all of you spiritual business owners or people looking to make income from your spiritual way of being or your existence. Give me a virtual hand raise or an amen in the chat, whatever you prefer, with what your preference is, okay? And I don't know why that came through so strongly, but that is the first thing. And I truly believe that right now that is what the collective is working on. Okay, I think that's why it's coming through here. That's what the collective is working on. We are all working on sustainable ways to provide for ourselves that is not soul robbing. Okay, because here's the real truth, and some of you, and some of us need to hear it. I'm going to include us because I always need to hear these messages just as much as everyone I'm speaking to right now. Okay. If you are working for a company or people or a person that is not truly attuned to you, okay, you are robbing yourself. You are robbing the world. You're draining your soul. You're draining your soul. I just feel all this pressure being released as I'm saying this. You're draining your soul. Stop. Don't do that to yourself. Don't feel the need to do something because of pressure or external sources. People are influenced in your life or modern society that says you have to do this thing because if you don't do this thing, you're bad, you're wrong, you won't survive, you'll be homeless. Does it look like I'm homeless right now? I haven't worked a job in 3 years. Okay? And yeah, it's been rough at times. This 2022 was pretty rough, but we made it through. Okay? And I'm still standing and I'm still here able to do the live stream. And you know what? I need to do even more. And I can do even more. And that's the whole point. And that's one thing I want to share just first off the bat is free yourself right now. Anyone watching who needs to hear this, just free yourself right now. Okay? From anything that's not attuned to you that you feel pressure to be into or have to do or obligate yourself, you're robbing yourself right now. You're robbing the world. You're robbing you're robbing yourself mostly. Okay? Of the value and the gifts that you'd be able to provide to the world and thus yourself. Because when you are truly giving from your heart, from your soul, okay, and you're giving in a way that is correspondent with your existence, trust me when I say you receive way more back than you even try to receive back. You don't even have to try. Okay? All the love, all the money, the relationships, okay, the resources that you need, it just comes flooding in. Flooding in. But you have to believe. Okay? You have to believe in you, and you have to believe and say, that is possible for me. I'm going to go do that thing. I'm going to go become that thing. Right now. I can't take another second of this. I can't take another second of this. But no one's going to save you. You're going to save you. You have to decide and say enough is enough. I decide to change my circumstances. I decide right now to change. To leave that job, to leave that situation, to leave that person, to leave whatever it is for you that happens to be what's causing you your suffering. No one's going to save you but you. Okay? It's hard. It's so hard sometimes to really see that. For me, you know? Sometimes I think I can wait around and, let the angels and guides kind of guide me. And they do guide me all the time. Right? I was guided to post this live stream at 12 today specifically. But at the end of the day, I've realized, no, I have to then execute. I have to then execute. I have to plan and execute and go do it. Okay? And right now, this is where we're at. We are at the middle. We are at the bridge between the spiritual world and the physical world. We are all learning as regular human beings on this earth how to navigate it, right? Many of us are highly spiritually attuned beings. I'm sure I'm not the only one. Some of you in the chat are way more spiritually attuned than I am, okay? And you're wondering, how the heck do I live on this earth? Right? You're like, how the heck do I live on this planet? It's so hard. It's so heavy. Everything's so complicated. What is this karma? For God's sakes, what is this karma? Okay? And so I'm here to say, yes, we have to be a human being. We have to be a human being with a spiritual being. We have to figure out how to make it work. But don't sacrifice yourself. That's my point, and that's what the guide's point. Don't sacrifice your heart. Don't sacrifice yourself in the process of that. Okay? There's got to be a balance where you feel you are living your existence. You're just being, and you're doing at the same time, and you're providing so much value through your beingness, but you've also found a vehicle and a focus, right, to be able to move it forward. Okay? All right. Beautiful stuff. Great intro. Thank you so much, guides and angels. Let's go ahead and get into today's official messages. Besides that one, I always start off with channel messages to see what's going on. But let's talk about the order of operations today. So I'm not sure how long we're gonna go. Typically, these live streams go anywhere from 2 to 3 hours or so. We'll have to see. I know it's many people's lunch breaks, and it's a Friday here, so we'll see what happens. But I'm gonna start off with a channeled oracle reading. This is gonna be about. There's 3 steps to today. Okay, there's gonna be the channeled Rumi oracle reading. This is going to be about people who are on the spiritual journey, who are looking for general collective energies happening, okay, in alignment with the astrology, in alignment with the current karma, so they can understand what's going on energetically, what do I need to focus on, how can I heal, how can I become a better person. Right after that, we're going to be going into our True Love Tarot reading, okay? Now, this reading is going to be a high-level overview of what's happening between the lovers on Earth here. All right? There's a collective of lovers, divine lovers, people who are linked by the soul. I call it the twin soul connection. Some people call it a soulmate. Other people call it a divine counterpart. Doesn't matter what it's called, to be honest with you. Okay? It's a connection here on Earth that's coming together via God to raise the frequency on Earth by uniting, okay, opposite halves of the collective in the frequency of true love or unconditional love. Okay, so we're going to be reading on that, on those energies. Many of you who watch me are involved in a love situation, or you know who your person is, or maybe you're looking for love. Okay, so we're going to be talking about all those energies right now. And then we're going to finish out with an astrology / career soul purpose reading. And the purpose of that, we're going to be showing the astrology on the screen, is to go over collective energies responsible for the current astrology, but also career and soul purpose energies, okay? So we're going to be talking about clarity with that. And then at the very end, before we go, we're going to do a quick Q&A, depending on how much energy I have left. So if you guys have questions, not personal readings, but if you have questions for me or for the guides or just something that you want to understand, okay, I'm happy to spend some time with you guys. All right, so let's go ahead and get into the live stream for today. If you are on YouTube, by the way, I'm going to be showing the overhead screen. There we go. It's not as crisp as it normally is because I only have access to one of my cameras today. Because we are live on Instagram and TikTok, which is awesome. So let's go ahead and get into it. Guides and angels to the power of unconditional love in this moment in time. The other thing that I want to share and just bring up as well, and we're going to see if this is called for, okay? But we might be doing a collective healing as well at some point in this live stream. So stay tuned for that. It's unclear what that's going to be just yet, but I think it's going to be either during or after this oracle reading. Okay? All right. So, guides and angels to the power of unconditional love in this moment in time. What are the messages that the collective needs to know in this moment for their greatest and highest good, for our greatest and highest good, through the power of unconditional love? What are the guides and angels present for today? Jesus Christ is here. Archangel Michael is here. Archangel Gabriel, yeah. And Archangel Uriel. Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate you. Okay. Okay. First card out is I surge on the uprising wave of love. I surge on the uprising wave of love. Next card out is from nothing to everything. Okay, from something to nothing. Enter the garden of delights, the dissolving light, and she offers the sacred wine, so drink. Okay. Many of us might be at this moment in time holding back a little bit of our own love for ourselves. Okay? What do I mean by that? You are appreciated in more ways than you realize. There are people and a person in your life that appreciates and loves you more than you can even understand or imagine. But some of us may have a hesitancy towards receiving all of that. Okay? We may be holding ourselves back from a certain amount of love that wants to come to us right now in this moment in time. Okay? There is so much, I can sense it, so much of this love, so much of this abundance, so much of this just like joy that wants to be received by our hearts right now. But there's a little bit of a block that's keeping that love from being able to come in. And what I'm seeing in this moment in time is that that block collectively may be, I don't feel worthy for that. I don't feel worthy for the collective love to be received by me, for my authentic way of being. Okay? So I either have to push away my authentic way of being, or I have to push away the love. These are the two choices going on in the collective right now. We're already going deep and dark and heavy, all right? So I apologize in advance. This is going to be one of those live streams, but we got to work through this stuff, right? Okay. Either I have to push away my authentic way of being, or I have to push away love. Which is it going to be? Okay. For some reason, we may think at this moment in time collectively that we have to make that choice. Where that choice comes from, I'm not sure. But the first place that I'm feeling is it's just straight up a collective wound that we've been indoctrinated into to make us feel like we're not allowed to be our authentic self. Okay? And to receive for that. And maybe it was conditioned about money, right? Like maybe that was the initial conditioning about money, but really money is just another form of energy and love, right? If you give someone money, it's a way of saying, I appreciate you. If you appreciate someone, it's a way of giving them some love, okay? So there might be something within our collective subconscious that's saying we can't receive within our own authentic way of being. Okay, first and foremost, despite the fact that there's so much energy, there's so much love, there's so much joy that wants to come to each and every single one of us. Okay? But can we be brave enough to receive that? Because here's the other hook to it that I'm getting that's just being channeled to me in this moment in time. If we receive that energy and love, there might be expectations. Right? If we receive an energy and love, there might be expectations. And the expectations are a little bit scary. They're a little bit scary. Am I right? If we receive a certain energy and love, there might be expectations that come with that love that we have to hold ourselves to. Right? For the long term. I.e., if we receive something from someone, we might feel like we are obligated to give more of ourselves. And people might hear that, they might say, oh, that's just, nonsense. Like, you shouldn't feel obligated to give back if you receive. Actually, we're made to do that. That's human nature. That's human nature. We're made, when we receive, to want to give back. It's in the psychology, it's in the DNA of human beings. That's how we're wired. We were always wired to be able to give back when we receive. That's how the human race survived, right? Because we wouldn't have survived if we just stayed in a way of being that just, we'll just receive or steal from everyone else and never give back. It's like we had to band together. Okay, back in the old times, we had to band together and survive. And in order to survive, you got to have each other's back. So when someone gives you something, you give them something back. So we were wired with this, right? Ancient DNA is wired with this ability to give back from what we receive. So at this point in time, though, what's happened is we kind of feel subconsciously that if we allow ourselves to receive, we're now going to be responsible for giving our best version of ourselves to a situation. Whether that's a career, job, a person, a relationship, it's going to differ for every single one of you watching, right? If you receive something, because here's the thing, you'll be obligated to give the equal but opposite thing back. So if you receive something that's of an amazing energy, it's pure unconditional love, it's gratitude, it's joy, it's appreciation, then you're going to feel naturally obligated to give that same energy back. But some of us don't know if we're able to do that. Okay? And when I say some of us, I say all of us, myself included. Okay? This is including me. This is not just calling anyone out. Myself included. We don't know if we're going to be able to give that level of love, of energy, of effort, of time for the long term to whatever is being given to us. Does that make sense? So therefore, there's a natural resistance to receiving. The only reason we resist receiving, the real reason, it's going to blow some of your minds. The real reason we only resist receiving is because we are scared to give back. We're scared of what we can give back. Okay? And this is true in love as well as in job and career and soul purpose. Right? Let me put it in the way of soul purpose. The theme is soul purpose, right? Obviously, we're going to talk about love. But if I receive $1 million, okay, from the universe, from people collectively, you better believe I'm going to be like, damn, I hope these people got their money's worth. Or let's say someone gave me $1 million loan, right? And I have to pay it back within a year. Okay? That's a huge expectation that I'm going to have to pay back. I might say, I don't know if I can pay off that $1 million loan. I don't know if I'm capable of doing that, even though someone wants to give me that, right? Someone may believe in me more than I believe in myself. Okay? Now, who I'm talking to is I'm talking to a mixture of both sides of the collective, where one side of the collective might feel that they're dealing with a situation where someone doesn't believe enough in themselves to be able to reciprocate or give back, okay, to you. And likewise, the other side of the collective might not believe in themselves enough to be able to give and to offer what they are. Okay? And there's a need right now, one for time, but two for trust and faith, that everything's going to equal out. But that nothing personal is happening. Right? Like, nothing that's happening should be taken personal. It's simply a matter of all of us within ourselves dealing with our own ability and confidence to give and feel worthy enough to give all of ourselves for the long term. Okay? There's a situation right now in each of our lives as well. We're moving on to the next one, from nothing to everything. Okay? From nothing to everything. That the consciousness of it is like it's like a black hole. Okay, that's what I feel like a collective black hole, where we're kind of just like, what is happening right now? What's going on in my life right now? There's this situation, there's this thing where I'm just like, maybe I'm putting my energy into it and I'm not getting anything back, or I'm not sure what's going on, or it's kind of mysterious, right? And we may think that, nothing is happening. Nothing is happening in our lives. Nothing's going to change. Nothing is going to progress forward. Okay? But what I want to tell each and every single one of you is that this is just an illusion. Okay? There is so much happening behind the scenes of our reality right now that we cannot see, we cannot know, because it's in a higher reality. It's in a higher dimension. But when that thing is ready to pop out, it truly appears out of nowhere in a surprising way. Okay? This is a message of faith in that black hole. Faith in the unknown. Faith for everything to come from nothing all at once when the time is right. Whatever situation in your life where you've been working hard, you've been working diligent, you've been putting a lot of hope into, you've been putting a lot of faith into it, it seems like nothing is going your way. Nothing is happening in that direction. There's been no hope. There's been no signs of hope. There's been no relief. Have hope. Okay, this is a collective message, by the way, general message. Could take it how it resonates, maybe in love, maybe career, soul purpose, relationships, whatever it's going to be. But God wants you to know right now, if the situation seems like there's nothing happening, there's nothing going on right now, that situation is meant, the potentiation, to turn into everything that you've ever wanted. Now and for the future. Indefinite future. Okay, the guides are just showing me this. It's literally this, like an expansion of light from the situation. You know what it is? You know what it reminds me of? The Big Bang. You know, the Big Bang started from nothing. Started from nothing. It started from absolute blackness. It might have even started from a black hole. Maybe that's a channeled reality. I don't even know if we're tapping into that right now. But from that nothingness, literally came everything. Okay? And something new was born. So I want you all to trust in the blackness right now. I want you to trust in the darkness. I want you to trust in the nothingness. I know that's really hard. I hate it too. We want to know, darn it. We want to have proof, darn it. We want to have something tangible. We want to see the light. But sometimes we have to go through periods of that darkness first in order for the light to be born. Okay? And that's exactly what's going on in the collective right now. If you've been feeling like that, and you're like, when is this going to shift? When is this going to change? The light is coming. Clarity is coming. Okay? And more than that, I promise you, what's building up, what is literally building up, because the next card out is the Garden of Delights, is the greatest reality you've ever experienced. Ever. Okay? What your current situation on earth right now, if you're watching this reading, if you've been staying on this reading, okay, is going to and is meant to manifest into your literal version of the Garden of Delights, which is the Garden of Eden. I'm channeling it as the Garden of Eden. It's a rebirth. I think someone said on YouTube, death and rebirth. And it's so crazy because we're getting biblical now. I'm not a religious person, but I occasionally get bits of the Bible channeled to me, okay? Is that what came after the Big Bang, what came after the light came from the darkness, is the Garden of Eden. That was it. It was heaven on earth. Okay? So we are all collectively learning the lesson that in order to get to the Garden of Eden, in order to get to our own personal heaven, we have to go through our own darkness. We have to go through the own darkness. The black hole of reality, where nothing is there. Nothing exists. It's just blank. Right? How many guys are experiencing that? Give me an amen in the chat. You're just experiencing nothing. Surreal. Right? It's surreal. But here's the thing. you wouldn't appreciate the Garden of Eden, and you wouldn't appreciate the light if you didn't experience the darkness. You guys see? That's it. That is the entire reason why God is putting you through this and us, all of us through this. God's like, hey, I could just give you the Garden of Eden, right? I could give you this relationship. I could give you this job or career, sole purpose. I could give you all the money in the world. I could give you what you wanted. But I guarantee you, you wouldn't appreciate it unless you went through the black hole of darkness first. Because now, darn it, you're going to appreciate what you got. And you're never going to want to go back to anything less than that. I promise you. You're going to say to yourself, I am here, darn it. I am in my own personal heaven. I am in the Garden of Eden. I am not going back for anything or anyone ever. I am in heaven. Okay? Now, I want you to think of what that is, because that's going to be different for everyone, right? Is it a relationship for you? I know for me that is, okay? I'm just saying. I want a family. I want love. I'm not afraid to say that, okay? But I want to do that and be happy as well and fulfilled and also live out a big purpose. Okay? I want to have it all. I want to have a sole purpose, millions of dollars, beautiful wife and kids and family, a couple dogs, some cats maybe, big pool, travel the world, do my sole purpose. Okay? So I want you to imagine what your Garden of Eden is. What is your dream life? Okay? And just imagine how much you would appreciate that dream life now after going through a period of not having that thing, right? And darkness and the black holeness and all the blankness. Okay? That which exists without light. So what is your Garden of Eden? The other thing is, this last card that I got to, I'm going to blush here. She offers the sacred wine, so drink it. It's so funny. This Rumi deck, okay? Really quick story about this Rumi deck is I was working at a place called Bulletproof Labs. This shirt was my old Bulletproof Labs shirt, so it's so funny. My old corporate job before I became a tarot reader, professional tarot reader, and if that's even a thing. Are there professional tarot readers? I don't know. Anyways, I was like a health practitioner, a health coach of sorts. I worked at this really high-tech health and wellness facility, and I was really skeptical about tarot. I was maybe just starting to look at astrology and just kind of be like, oh, maybe there's a little bit of truth to this, but I was totally not a spiritual dude at all. I was kind of like a super logical guy, show me the science. Let's look at inflammation in the body. Let's get your, let's get that inflammation and blood pressure down and, get a couple workouts in, get some breaths in. And all of a sudden a client gives me this deck, this Rumi Oracle deck. She gifts it to me. I think her name was Aylin or something like that. And I go, this is great. Thank you. What is this? She says, it's an Oracle deck. And I go, why'd you get it to me? And she said, I felt it was time. I go, time? I said, yeah, it was time. And she said, you have to, if you're gifted, you have to get gifted. If you're not doing it yet and you get gifted, you can give someone the gift of becoming a spiritual practitioner or a spiritual being or someone who integrates that into their life. And so this deck itself, what you're looking at is that first deck. This was probably 5-6 years ago. Was my introduction to spirituality overall. So it's such a broad deck, but it goes from the sacred, the crazy Big Bang into what you'll see here in a second. That was a message for someone, by the way. If there's someone in your life that needs an oracle, right? Or you received an oracle, okay? You're meant for this journey as well. Okay. She offers a sacred wine to drink. Right now, okay, despite the fact that there may be a black hole in your life, and you may be feeling a little bit like that, there's something absent or there's something missing, or what you want, your personal heaven, is not manifest yet, there's a joy, there's a love, and more specifically, there's like a sexual energy. Okay, now we're going to get a little graphic. I'm speaking this at 1:11, by the way, in the chat. So this is a very important message. There's a sexual energy that wants to come to you. Okay? Now, the reason I'm saying this is because this is like a good, positive, energizing, vital sexual energy. Okay? By life itself, or by a person you're connected to on a soul level, quite frankly. It's a time right now where you can use that energy to just truly enjoy all of what you are, all of what you have in this moment in time. Even if we're resistant to it, okay, even if we don't want to receive it, even if we don't want to look at it or think about it, okay, there's an energy of joy, of sexuality, right? A surprisingly strong one that wants to be received by us so we can just literally enjoy and be exactly who we are and do exactly what we want to do. Okay? While we grow, while we heal, while we build, while we live our life. And this energy is telling me, what is the point of life if you're not receiving that type of energy, that sexual energy, that joy, right? That fountain of youth of saying, yeah, let's just live, baby, let's live. Let's do this thing. Okay? Let's enjoy the shit out of this existence while we're here. We might as well. Because it's fucking hard. Right? Excuse my French. It's hard. No pun intended. But this is you wanting to offer maybe your love or your sexuality to another person, or for others of you wanting to be able to receive that. Okay? And so my channel message for all of us is just receive that. Receive that love, receive that joy, receive that sexuality. There's nothing wrong with that. Okay? We don't have to feel closed off or resistant to that type of love, that type of energy. Okay? Because that energy can fuel us. And it can inspire us and it can motivate us. And for many of us, it's actually the mana of life that allows us to be driven enough and care enough about going after our soul purpose. Okay? So this is a message, if you haven't already, to get in touch with your sexuality, okay? Your sexual needs. I told you I didn't think we were going to go here today, but we're going here. This is a message. Get in touch with your sexual needs. Get in touch with your sexual desires. And open yourself to receiving energetically where you may have closed off. Okay? What I'm hearing is you can trust that part of yourself. Okay? Many of us have lost trust in that area of ourself. This is why we're talking about this, right? I'm not talking about promiscuity or just going out and sleeping with random people or anything like that, by the way. So please don't mistake me when I say that. I mean this energetically, right? Our sacral area, our root chakra, may be closed off because it feels ashamed to receive the energy of life from other people or even from our person. Okay, if you're connected with a person. And you very well may be, if you're watching this reading, connected with another soul where you two are able to exchange sexual energy. Okay? So it's up to each of us to open ourselves to receive the energy that wants to come to us. Okay? Not to be ashamed of it, not to resist it, not to think it's bad to do so. If an energy wants to come to you and it feels good, it feels right, let that in. so you can live the inspired life that you're here to live. Let the mana of life flow to you, or let the mana of life flow to another, okay? So that you both can live. Okay? Good. On the bottom of the deck, we have the Celestial Rose of Ma, the Sacred Union on the bottom of the deck, and the Cosmic Heart. The more we bleed, the more we heal. Okay? It's a channel message. The more we bleed, the more we heal. If any of you watching this are worried about bleeding, and I mean this in every possible way, but also energetically as well, right? The more you bleed, the more you're healing. Okay? If you feel at any time like you've been stabbed in the heart, stabbed in the soul, and your soul's just leaking, it's just bleeding out, right? The energy's just, right? It's going everywhere, okay? Just let it bleed. That's my message. Let it bleed, because everything has to bleed out before it can be replenished. Okay? And I say this because sometimes it's easy when we feel that we're bleeding, or we feel that we've been stabbed somewhere, or we feel like there's a wound, right? We want to cover it up, right? That's the first inclination. We want to cover it up with a Band-Aid, okay? We want to say, oh, that can't bleed anymore. We got to keep it sealed up. But at this time, we got to let it bleed. Bleeding is healthy. Bleeding is natural, okay? So let your bodies bleed the way it needs to bleed. And I say this, I mean, as a man, I don't know or understand too much of this, but maybe this is perhaps relevant to the menstrual cycle, right? For you women out there, okay? If you're experiencing unusual menstrual symptoms or cycles, right? The whole point is your body wants to get you in a place where you're just letting go, you're just releasing, okay, freely. Okay, so just let it go. Don't be. It's a message for some of you. Don't be scared of that. Don't be worried about that. Okay, just let it bleed. Okay, let it release. At the end of the bleeding, right, at the end of the release, energetically, physically, in every single way, we'll have clarity. Okay? At the end of the pain, at the end of the bleeding, we'll have clarity. That's the whole point of the bleeding. Okay? That's why you got to let it go. Okay. All right. That is our first collective channel message. Thank you so much, guides and angels, for that initial message and reading. Let's check in on everyone. How's everyone doing at this moment in time? How's our tech looking? Is everything technically looking good? Can everyone hear me, see me okay? Hello, hello. I'm going to take a sip of my coffee as well. We're going to be jumping into the True Love reading here for the collective in just a minute. I have no idea what the guides and angels are going to bring out, but this is going to be a collective love reading, true love reading for what's going on. Awesome. Hey, Courtney, how's it going? Welcome on TikTok. For those of you guys that know, Courtney and if Bianca, if she's here, they're lovely, my lovely moderators on TikTok here. Instagram, hello. Hope you guys are all doing well. Hello. Kelly, what's going on? Awesome, awesome. And YouTube. All right. All right, cool. So let's go ahead and get into the True Love reading. I think a lot of people are here for this today, or this is the most exciting part of the reading, so I'm excited to see what comes through. This will be a reading, this will be Jesus's part in the live stream, is what I'm being told. That Jesus Christ, the Ascended Master, Jesus Christ, will be channeling through me at this time. Okay? For this reading. Okay. All right, so guides and angels through the power of unconditional love in this moment in time. Thank you so much for being here. What are the collective messages when it comes to love, when it comes to relationships? What does the collective in this moment in time need to know for our greatest and highest good when it comes to our love situation through the power of unconditional love? King of Cups. High Priestess. This is crazy. You can't make this stuff up when this stuff happens. Because right off the bat, right, I was like, okay, Jesus is here, right? Now, I don't know how many of you know about the story of Jesus and Mary Magdalene. I'm sure he's going to channel some details, okay? But basically, we have a collective of Jesus and Mary Magdalene energies. Okay? Right off the bat. Individuals who are transformed, like, okay, what? Because I'm going to be reading for both sides of the collective here, right? So forgive me. I'm going to try to clarify everything. Typically, I read for one side, but I think they want me to read for both sides here. Okay. There's one side of the collective that's transforming in their inner masculine, but specifically their inner masculine within the heart space, their heart chakra. This is going to be the current transformations going on in love right now. Okay. Whether you're with a person, not with a person, whether you know who your person is or you don't, or you're looking for love or you're single, doesn't matter. These are going to apply to you if you're watching this, because you're part of this collective. You wouldn't be resonating with me as a channeler or this reading if you weren't. Okay. The other side of the collective is tapping into this ancient wisdom of the high priestess. Okay. Now, when we talked about sexual energies, I know that's a little taboo, but Jesus Christ and Mary Magdalene knew about the ancient sexual energies and techniques to transform. Okay. There's a book, I can't remember the name right now, but it talks about it's like the Magdalene school of, it's something along those lines. Like, if someone knows about it, let me know in the chat. But there's a school that Mary Magdalene went to, okay, and she just spent, like, I don't even know how long, a certain amount of time. Could have been a year, could have been 6 months, could have been 9 months, 2 years. I don't know how long it was. But she just went to that school. She separated from Jesus at a certain point. Or I can't remember if she went, I think she separated from Jesus to go here. I'm not sure though. And she learned about the ancient sexual techniques to be able to transform sexuality or sexual energies into a higher form of love. Okay? And the main purpose behind this school or this learning was that the feminine energy really has the power within her soul, within her beingness, to transform the masculine energy. So to transform Jesus, but also to be able to provide the higher energies and attunement for herself, but also for Jesus Christ. Now here's the crazy part. Because Jesus gets all the credit, right? Those of you feminines out there, you're like, Jesus gets all the credit. But it was the woman behind Jesus. Here's the secret that I'm being told to tell you guys. That was really the power behind man. Do you guys see where I'm going with the exchange of sexual energies? Right? Do you guys see what I'm saying about drink the sacred wine, so drink? Sexuality, sexual energies, is not just about sex or lower level carnal pleasures. It's about being able to take the energies of life and transmute it, transform it into a higher energy. Now, specifically, the feminine, not the masculine, has this power. Okay? Like, it's her superpower to be able to really work with these energies to transform the relationship between herself and her masculine, but also to empower the masculine energy. So the masculine energy can rise. Okay? And what we may have forgotten, though, as a society, is that man is only man. Man is only great as he is because of woman. Masculine is only great because of feminine. Okay? 111 in the chat, so I'm saying this. So the transformation happening right now is an individualization into each of our paths in love. Okay? If you are designated to be the Jesus of your relationship, you're becoming more of the Jesus. Okay? You're going to be a leader in society. You're going to be at the forefront. You're going to be an impactor. You might be a speaker. You're going to be a healer. You're here to bring a collective message to the world. If you're on the other side, the high priestess energy, you are here to learn how to transform the relationship into a higher level of being, and your masculine into a higher level of being. Because that energy can't do it without you, and you can't do it, and the world can't do it without that energy. You see? Now, both roles are equally important. I cannot stress this enough. Because the misconception is, oh, this King of Cups is at the top of the reading. How perfect, by the way, is this reading just coming out right off the bat, right? King of Cups at the front, at the top, and High Priestess right here. This is triggering so many feminines, by the way. Right? This is triggering. But these two are actually equally important. Okay? And in many ways, this High Priestess is more important of a foundation, of a support, of a role than this King of Cups is. And again, this King of Cups can't stand on a foundation without it being provided by the High Priestess energy. And here's what's happening next. Here's what's happening next. I'm going to blow your minds because Jesus, he's so excited to share this reading, by the way. But we are in the generation where not only are these two energies obviously going to be deemed as equally as important, because they are, but this High Priestess gets to rise up with, and sometimes ahead of, this King of Cups in this lifetime, in this generation. You guys didn't expect that, did you? That's what I'm being told. Okay? Yes, right now, okay, the High Priestess energy, or the person in relationship, and whatever side, and you might resonate with either side. I'm speaking to both sides of the collective right now, right? Okay? The job of the High Priestess is to allow her masculine energy to rise, to be significant, to be accomplished, to be seen, to be important, whatever it is. So she can, right? And as she's studying, as she's becoming, as she's evolving in her spirituality, in her intuition, into her feminine energy, in her sexual energy, okay? But at a certain point, the karma in this generation, in this lifetime, is for this masculine energy to bring the High Priestess into the spotlight, where it's uncomfortable a little bit for her, by the way. Yeah, this is the first time, this generation, this lifetime, whatever reason, that this is meant to happen. The masculine's meant to say, yes, you've let me rise, but now I bring you up with me. So you are seen with me, sometimes even as ahead of me or above me, right? You are honored, you are cherished, you are worshipped. Do you see? Now, eventually, they'll be obviously, right, up and down, exchanging roles for the world, but there is no here and here set anymore. Does that make sense? There's no one person in the background, one person in the forefront. It's both. It's both and exchanging. Okay? So this is what I'm being told. This is new information, by the way. I've never heard this. I mean, you may have felt this, okay? But this is new information, okay? Okay. So you are meant to be with the person, okay, if you're watching this, Knight of Swords with the Eight of Wands with the Wheel of Fortune, that you two share a lot of, you share a lot of energy, but you have a message for the world. You both have a collective message for the world that's the same or very similar along the same lines. It's united, right? It's going to be involved likely with the true love frequency. This is the Jesus Christ Mary Magdalene collective I'm speaking to, right? So we're talking about all that stuff, the true love collective, okay, the sexual energies, transmutation, tantric sex, all that healing, all that stuff, right? This is how people had mystical, magical powers, by the way, is by the transmutation of sexual energies, okay? So anyways, you two, you and your person this lifetime are meant to come together and be together. You're meant to be. So you're meant to be with a person. If you're watching this, you're meant to be with one person. Not just a normal soulmate or just some other partner or just something. No, you're meant to be with your person, all right? Like the linked soul, the other half of your soul in this lifetime. I refer to it as a twin soul, okay? But you guys may have a different name. That's fine. But the reason why it's such a strong bond and such a strong connection in evolution is because you both are here to share the messages about this ancient truth. And one of the messages is that the feminine energy, the high priestess, is here to be worshipped. Okay? In her beingness, in her silence. Okay? Now, she's here to be worshipped. However, in order for her to be worshipped, the kicker is she also has to allow her masculine to be worshipped as well by the world. You see? If and when the feminine energy can allow and let go of the fears, the guards, right, the pride or ego, if that's there, to allow her masculine to rise and to be seen and worshipped by the world. And I say worshipped as in the good way of worship, like positive energy there, positive energy back. That's worship to me. It's not like slave thing. It's like, this is positive stuff, okay? To be appreciated. If she's willing to allow him, the masculine energy, to rise, to be in his greatness, to be in his purpose, with her energy, by the way, because it is partly her energy that's supporting him in his greatness. Okay, so feminine energies, again, you can share your energy with your person to help them rise and be seen and great and successful. It then becomes his duty, following that, to bring her up with him. Now, the fear here might be that if a feminine energy, and let me know if you guys can relate or if this is relevant to you, if the feminine energy allows her masculine energy to rise and be great, that he'll just forget about her. Right? If she allows him, or the masculine energy, to rise and be great in this society and use her energy to do so, right, to manifest greatness, that he will become so well known and famous and wealthy that he'll just forget about her and she'll be left in the dust. Okay? How many of you have this fear? Let's just be honest, right? How many of you have this fear? It's a valid fear. It's a valid fear. Okay? If you do have it. I'm not saying everyone has it. It's scary because you have to trust. And in order to trust someone with your energy, that masculine has to be in their heart. Right? You have to trust that they're true with and to themselves. King of Cups. Okay? That's why it's the King of Cups with the High Priestess, because the High Priestess can't trust her masculine unless he is in his heart space. Not in his ego, not in his pride, not in his wounds, not in his inner boy. Okay? But he is a masculine and he is strong and he is concrete, but he's in his heart. He's authentic. He's true to himself. He is who he really is. Okay? So feminines, your job right now, those of you who relate with the feminine energy, your job right now is to go be a high priestess. Go study how to be the high priestess for your masculine. Okay? As you get good at that, lend and share your energy if you feel that he's earned it. Your masculine has earned it. Masculines, if there's any masculines in here, your job is to receive that. Okay? And to be great. This is your time to be great, masculines. Right? Okay? And again, I want to bring something really quickly up because this is going to be a question. I'm not talking necessarily about female or male, by the way. You can be a female and right now resonate with the masculine role or energy. Okay? Likewise, you can be a male and resonate more with the feminine role. Okay? Just so everyone's on the same page. Not to confuse those. All right? But feminines, those of you who resonate with that path, okay, that's your destiny. That's your path to be that. Okay? And masculines, that's your job right now as well. Okay? To be seen, to rise, to be great, to live your full potential, but to do it in an authentic way. Okay. Now, if the masculine energy can essentially prove himself that he's willing to do that and be that, he can receive, and the feminine can feel safe to share her energies with him, so he can rise. Eventually, right, at some point, it will be his duty, as we mentioned, to bring her up, the feminine energy up with him, so they both can be seen, king and queen. Brings me to my next point, which is the destiny of this world is king and queens together. All right? Let me be very clear. The age of I want to say the soulmate. Honestly, I'm just going to say it. The age of the soulmate. Okay? Or just the marital partner. Or just a partner so we can be married and have kids. Just because we think we need it or we want it. But we don't really, that's not really our person. Right? That age is done. Like, let's just be real about it. I'm going to be real. Just, and confirm if I'm right or wrong here, right? Like, I'm sure there's been a lot of breakups recently in the past year or two with people that were not your person because it wasn't truly you. It wasn't truly the other half of your soul. It's not who you're meant to be with. Even if you loved that person, even if you had love for that person, right? If that person was not your person, you went through a separation. You could have been married to them for 20 years, right? Didn't matter. Because God said, we are bringing together king and queen for earth. Okay? Your relationship life at this moment in time, collectively, is happening, and any sacrifices you may be making in this arena is happening for the greater purpose of earth. Okay? It's no longer just about the self or the self-fulfillment of, yeah, I want a wife so I can, have someone to make a sandwich for me, or I want a husband so I can have someone to pay the bills for me, but I don't really love them or appreciate them, right? Or they don't feel like we're on a mission together. That age is done. Okay? So if anyone is listening to this and they're still in that energy, I'm sorry, it's obsolete. So you probably needed to separate from, that person a while ago. Okay? But those of you guys who know who your person is already, or you know who the other half of your soul is, or you feel divinely, spiritually connected to a person, you two have the same mission, you have the same essence. They're a mirror of you, you're a mirror of them. Okay? This is who you're meant to be with to serve the world. No matter what your status is right now, okay? This is your person. This is the destiny. This is what we're all preparing for, okay? Part of the purpose of this reading is to put this in context for everyone so they understand what's going on in love. Generally speaking, we are preparing, right, to king and queen to come together to change the world. But we're not quite ready yet as a collective to be with our king or queen. That's why many of us may have gone into separation or are separated from our person, and that's okay. Okay? It's part of your lesson. It's part of the faith here. But we're preparing, and if you have gone into separation or you are not with your person, it's for a reason. And it's for a bigger reason than just yourself or that person. Okay. All right, next card's out. The Fool card with the Eight of Pentacles. Okay. Ace of Wands. There is a lot of sexual energy in this reading. What's going on? I promise it's not just me. It's not just me, okay? It's not just me wanting to talk about sex. Ace of Wands in the middle of the spread? What is going on here? I'm just going to say it. This is just being honest. There's because they're telling me right now, right? The reason they're bringing that up is because we need to dive into that more as a collective. Like, we need to practice that or be okay with that. Like, there is sexual energy being exchanged between divine partners right now on a soul level, and that is where it's supposed to be. Okay, so if you are feeling that and you've been resisting that, or you've been not sending your own sexual energy or expressing your desires, okay, whatever that means to you, do it. Do it, please, because that is part of the evolution. If you are holding yourself back from receiving sexual energy in your soul from another person, or generally speaking from the collective, okay, you are withholding your evolution. If you are holding back your sexual energy from another person, even though you desire that, or that's what your heart wants, you're holding back their evolution. Okay? So it's very important we get this message out, because I feel like this may be a part of resistance here. Yeah, 9 of Wands with the 5 of Wands. There's resistance here, guys. What's the resistance here? Someone tell me, because I don't know what it is. There's resistance here to exchanging, giving or receiving sexual energy with your soul partner. Okay? Or just generally speaking, because if you haven't met your person yet, or you don't feel yet you're connected with someone on a soul level, okay? And here's the thing that I'm getting is if you don't know who that person is yet, or you not. By the way, 1:44 in the chat. That's a twin soul number right now. Okay, 1:44 p.m. my time. If you don't know who that person is, you are likely connected with your king or queen right now before you've met them, and you're starting to awaken to that energy inside of you. So this is an invitation, okay, to look inside and see what is going on with my energy, what is going on with my sexuality, right? Like, what do I want to do with it? Where does it want to go? Does it feel like I want to give it to someone? Does it feel like I want to receive it? Okay? So open the pathways. Okay? Open the pathways. This is the message here. Okay? And I'm not talking about in person, by the way. I'm not necessarily talking about in person. Okay? I'm talking about actually energetically in the 5D. You can exchange energy with your person, with others generally, and your person in the 5D on a soul level. Okay? So this is one thing to be aware of. Particularly the guys are saying, if this has been happening and you don't know what's going on, let this be a confirmation for you. Yes, that sexual energy you're receiving is from your person, or if you feel like you're giving it to another person, it's going to that person, right? Like, that's happening, okay? And it may be confusing, it may be overwhelming as well. It's meant to awaken, okay? It's meant to awaken. And again, if you don't know who your person is, or you're single, you can already start to do that, I'm being told, without knowing them on a soul level. You can exchange and give and receive sexual energy. Okay? I know this is crazy talk. Forgive me. This is where we wanted to go. we're talking Jesus Christ and Mary Magdalene. You know, these two were known for, like, back in the day. Okay, it's not well known now, but They were known for this. They were known for the fact that, this was a practice. Okay. Like, that was not villainized in any way, shape, or form at all. God created sex and sexuality and sexual energy for a reason. It was for evolution. It's to transmute. It's healing as well. Okay? It clears the chakras. It clears the body out. And you can see clearly. Okay, 111 in the chat on the TikTok. Okay. Really, the biggest thing that this is going to do is help you to move forward in your life and help you to take a leap of faith in the area of life that you feel you need to take a leap of faith in. Okay? The more you are in tune with your actual desires, sexually and in your heart and in every possible way, the more clarity you get about what you should do, who you should do, okay, where you should go. I had to. Where you should go and what you should be. Okay? It's your desires, it's your sexual energy. So tune into that. Make sure that's okay. You're clocked in. Don't resist it. That's a message for a lot of people. Don't resist it. Let it in or let it go. Okay? And don't try to keep it. That's the other message. Don't try to just keep it in. Right? Don't try to keep it to yourself or keep it in. Like, just let it flow. Okay? That's a very powerful one. Because, again, the more you give, the more you receive. The more you receive, the more you can give. Okay? There's an exchange going on here. 2 of Cups here with the 2 of Swords. There's a big choice here going on, yes, in relationships. I mean, definitely for a big part of the collective, I see 2 of Cups with the 2 of Swords here. Comes out in the bottom row with the 7 of Swords and the 4 of Cups. Knight of Pentacles with the Hermit. I'm just going to say it honestly, because this is what's coming out. One part of the collective is trying to decide, right? They think they need to decide between whether they want to be in a relationship or not with a specific person. Okay? And they're trying to decide if they should reject that situation, person, relationship, or they should commit to it for the long term. And they feel like they need to be alone to decide this. 2 of Cups, Hermits with the 2 with the 2 of Swords. The other side of the collective is maybe observing this or witnessing this, okay, within their situation. And they're they feel like they're put on hold, or they feel like they're needing to, let that person decide or do other things and kind of not pay any mind here. It's what's happening. I mean, collectively, okay. Just going to be honest. That decision that one side of the collective is needing to make was never really a true decision that was needing to be made. Okay? I know this is going to sound crazy. Just hang with me here. If you feel, or a person made you feel like they needed to decide, they needed to make a choice or decide if they wanted to be with you, it was never really a true need to decide, because the choice was already made in their heart. Okay? It was a false decision or false choice. It's what I'm being told. Okay? This is just as objective as I can be. And look, let me ask the chat, because some of you are on the other side of the collective. Let's just hear it. If you're on the side of the collective that needed to take some time out from a relationship, you needed to decide, you needed to really, see if you wanted to be with the person or not, you may already know too that you are meant to be with that person. You just weren't ready for the long-term commitment just yet. But it was never a question of whether you actually were meant to be with that person or wanted to commit everything to that person. You just weren't sure. And so you made it seem, right, or a part of the collective made it seem like they needed to choose. They needed to make a decision. And the other side of the collective had to kind of stand through that and say, okay, right? We respect your choice. We respect your decision. But we also know the truth. The truth is it's the same in both of us. Okay? It's the same in both of us. And I'm telling everyone this, I'm telling the collective this so that everyone knows there's no judgment here. But there was never really a choice to it. There was really just a matter of going inside to realize the decision that's already there, the truth that's already inside. Okay? And one side of the collective having the faith in their person to go through that and to find that truth inside. And for the other side of the collective to have the bravery to look at that inner truth and to follow through with that truth, correspond it with their hearts and their desire. Okay? So you may have put a person on hold because you said you needed to take time to decide or take time out and really get to the truth. But the truth is already, chances are if you're watching this, right? The choice has already been made. Okay? And the other side knew that. We're saying that so that the side of the collective that knows that, but they're being put on hold for a certain reason, can let go. Because there's no need to worry. There's no need to worry. This is not a true decision that's being made 50-50. Oh, what do I choose? Two of Swords. I can't decide, right? It's, I feel like I need to make a decision, but I really just need time to look and get to the truth inside of me that's already there. And if you already know what that is, okay, it's already done. So what you really may be waiting for is simply the amount of time it takes for a person in your life to be able to come to that truth. That's what it breaks down to. Right? And this is being shared, this is being channeled to allow the collective to just relax about it. Because if you already know what that truth is inside, it's just a matter of time. Do you see? It's not an if, it's a when. So you have no reason to worry at all. Okay? I just needed to, I needed to share that for someone out there, okay? To know this is not, you may think that you've been made an option, or someone just, they didn't love you enough to make you a priority, right? Or they didn't appreciate you enough to say, I'm gonna commit to you for the long term. That's not the case. The truth about you and how they felt was already there. It's already inside. They just needed to take the time to actually understand that for themselves in their own way. So it was a false rejection. Okay? And if anyone is here who's on the other side of that, who said, yeah, no, I need to take time out to decide, okay? Let us know in the chat so others can see if this is actually true. Let's be bold and say, is there anyone in the chat here, okay, that is on the other side and said, I need to take some time out, but I already know the truth inside. I just wasn't ready to face that truth. Okay? And let us know if you actually know that truth, but you haven't told your person. Okay? Let us know in the chat if you actually know the truth about what you want or that you want to be with the person, but you just haven't shared that with your person because for whatever reason, maybe you need more time, maybe you are still discovering that truth within. Okay? I want people to look at the comments, right? Okay. And just look at all the people who are on the other side of the collective, who already know the truth. They just haven't told their person. Okay? Look at it. If you're on TikTok, if you're on Instagram, if you're on YouTube. Because we have both sides of the collective here. That's the truth. And it's okay. This is not a judgment call or anything like this. This is painful shit. Okay? The side of the collective who has gone into their healing process and hasn't been able to decide if they want to be with a person, you are going through some crazy ass shit. I mean, believe me, I channel this every single day for the extendeds. I understand to a T the pain that part of the collective is in when they have not been able to maybe reach a decision about a relationship, and also the pain of the other side too. I can see both sides. It's beautiful. Okay? But I want both sides to see that one side of the collective loves the other and is unconditionally patient and loving, but the other side of the collective does know the truth that just hasn't been shared yet. And this is an anonymous chat for the most part. Okay. Okay. I love it. I love it. I love it. What a unique channeling here we're going through today. Okay. Okay. Eight of Swords with the Empress and the Six of Pentacles. Okay. If you are in a situation where your person has been putting you through this, or they've been making you wait, or they've kind of been needing to decide, it's because they haven't seen their own worthiness yet. They haven't seen their own value yet. Okay. They've been blinded to the value that they provide to you and to society. Eight of Swords with the Empress card. Okay. Your person's being channeled, by the way, as the Empress. Now, I know many of you are feminines who might say, well, isn't a feminine energy the Empress? Yes. But in this situation, right, if whatever you're resonating with, your person could be a masculine energy growing in their lesson of knowing their worth, their worthiness, their value of existence. Okay? So your person is learning the lesson here of the value of the feminine energy, essentially. And they didn't know the value of the feminine energy. That's the whole theme of what's going on here, right? The entire thing, both within themselves and possibly externally. Okay? But really, this channeled reading, it comes back to themselves. Okay? It comes back to they didn't know their own worth or ability to contribute. They didn't know how, alongside you, to be able to feel confident that they could give and receive equally in a relationship with you. Okay? How many of you guys are going through a situation like that? You know, right? And so this person just wants to tell you, hey, okay, this is the only reason. It goes back to my own, not anything to do with you, my own. Your person saying, doubt about my ability to be with you and to contribute equally back to you. Okay? That's why it's been channeled here as a false rejection. Because it's not truly a rejection of you, dear listener. Do you understand? If you've been rejected, if you've been made to be a choice, it's not a rejection of you. It's because that person rejected the true part of themselves for the longest time. And they need time to learn how amazing and how to appreciate that part of themselves. Don Scorpio 88 says, that's why some of us are shifting into the masculine energy or learning to bring balance within. Yes. Okay. Yes. Absolutely. Okay. Okay. Okay, let me get additional context over this final outcome over here with the Empress card. 5 of Pentacles, the Emperor, and the Knight of Wands. Yeah, this is exactly it. Okay. This is the wound that's being healed. It's the abandonment wound from the masculine energy. Okay. So your person may be healing their abandonment wounds from empowered individuals. Okay. Emperor energy that may have taken them for granted or abused their power and their energy against them. Okay. Your person may have been involved in a situation with a person that was reckless or non-committal with their energy, but gave the facade of being able to take care of them. Gave the facade of being able to be there for them or provide for them, but really they were just cheating behind their backs, leaving them out to dry. Okay. And by the way, for some of you, this will be reversed, so keep that in mind. Probably 80% of you I'm talking to are the person I'm talking to. 20% will be your person. Okay, so keep that in mind. I'm speaking to both sides. 60% of the 80% will have mixed things. Okay, so keep that in mind. But I have to address it as the primary. Okay, but your person, from what I can see, is healing those wounds. Okay, for sure. Now, the other side of the collective, all right, the person who is being feared, all right, it's perfect. It's a perfect trigger. Whoever is in this Emperor energy right now, the opposite side of the collective, likely you watching this, is healing their own fears of their own power and sexual energy and what they could do, what they would do with that. Okay? Now it's getting interesting. Like it hasn't been interesting the whole time, right? The guy just saying, if you are, whether you're a female, male, masculine, feminine, okay? If you are on the other side of the collective, that is in your power, meant to be a leader for society, okay? Meant to make strides and to, be very successful and take charge in this type of way. In a past life, you were likely a conqueror. Okay? Many of you were likely conquerors, and many of you had a lifetime with this person where you did leave them behind. Okay, I'm going to be honest. Okay? It goes both ways. It goes both ways. Okay? If you're watching this, you may have been the conqueror. You may have been the Emperor energy in a past life that left your person behind and went and slept with all the other conclaves or abused your power, abused your money. Okay? And your person still has those wounds. Okay? I'm just saying it how it is. Okay? Because we got to get to the truth of this. This is the higher understanding of this entire situation. Okay? So if your person is dealing with abandonment wounds, if they're dealing with wounds of their own self-worth or their belief that they, can be valued as Empress energy, it can be valued in a relationship, it's because of both past life incidents with you and them, where you may have abused that, as well as this lifetime wounds or relationships that mirrored the same thing. Do you guys see? Okay. Sabrina in the YouTube chat gets it. She said, "Wow, so karma came back for me." Yes. That's all that's happening. is it's just a return of karma for us and for them, for your person and for you. We each have our own karma, okay? But some of us don't realize that we are the ones actually responsible. Do you understand? We may not be in this lifetime, but we're responsible in past lifetimes that we're healing in this lifetime, okay? So anyways, Hangman on the bottom of the deck. It makes sense, right? I mean, this isn't coming from me. I don't know this. This is channeled from Jesus Christ. Like he's trying to tell us, yeah, you wonder why your person ran away from you or why they need time to decide. It's because you abused the shit out of them in a past life. Okay. So your person may have had traumas come up here's how you know. Okay, 144 in the Instagram chat or TikTok chat. If your person had random traumas that had nothing to do with you, okay, that were projected onto you, that you had no idea because you had never behaved like that or been like that in this lifetime to them, but yet you were accused of it or you know, they shared things with you that were just like not true in this lifetime, and you wondered, where is this coming from? Now you know. Okay. So that's where it's coming from. Okay. Whew. I told you these live streams are no joke. This is a lot of information coming through. So if you guys want to rewatch this, by the way, the replay will be on YouTube, okay, after this. So don't worry. And following this true love reading, this is the most intensive part by far of the entire live stream. We will be going into the career/soul purpose astrology reading and then a Q&A to finish things up, okay? So feel free to hop in and out if you need to, but the replay will be available. Okay, let's get karma. Let's get clarity on the Ace of Wands. One thing I wanted to say as well, yeah, World with the Page of Cups and the Chariot. One thing I wanted to say as well for one side of the collective, yeah, if you're watching may resonate with this is, again, if these fears have been projected on you around abandonment, around abuse, promiscuity, right, sleeping with other people, or whatever these other things are, it's because there were past lives here, but you may be healing your own wounds or fears around that within yourself. Do you see? Because that karmic lifetime or lifetimes that was created didn't just affect your person, right? This is a person that's been connected with you for thousands of years, by the way, on a soul level, just FYI. But they affected you. They affected your own belief in yourself, in your own integrity, right? In your own ability to handle sexual energy specifically, or fame or power, okay? So there's a theme here around one side of the collective releasing their fear around their own power, okay? Let this sink in because a lot of you are something's going to click, I can feel it. If you've been holding back with your empire, with your career, with your purpose, with your money, it's because deep down there might be a fear that if you get too powerful, you're going to abuse the power, okay? You're going to hurt people. You're going to hurt yourself. You're going to abuse things, right? That's just a subconscious fear. Just letting you know. On the other side, you might have, right? I can't be in a relationship with that person because I know if I am in a relationship and I give my heart and soul to that person, they'll become too powerful and they'll abuse me. That's the other side of the collective. Okay? King of Pentacles on the bottom of the deck. This is what it is. This is the collective fears being released right now, okay, for both sides of the collective. How many of this is this clicking for people? All right, raise a hand. Is this making sense to everyone? Okay, I swear these, and you know this is not me. I'm just gonna be like, let's call it how it is. This is, you know, this is not me, right? This is not me. Okay, this is ancient knowledge. Ancient knowledge. Okay. Anyways, we had channeled here the World card. Ace of Wands with the World, with the Page of Cups, with the Chariot. So basically, this is the restoration of authentic sexual expression or power. Because sexual expression is just power. Okay? Sexual expression, Ace of Wands here, right? Conquering energy, it's just power. And that power, that fire, can be abused. It can also be used for greatness and world-changing, okay? World-changing power and affairs, okay? You can use that power to change the world for good. So the world here collectively is learning that it's safe to tap into that energy of fire, of power, of sexuality. Okay? Both to receive that power and energy from others, to go do great things, because you're not going to abuse it. You're not going to abuse it. You're not going to abuse it. You're not going to hurt others. Okay? As well as to give and lend your energy to others, because you are safe to do so in their arms. Okay? Both sides of the collective needs to hear this. And that is what will allow you both to move forward. So we're sharing this like this so that both sides can know the healing you may need to do. Okay? So if you're on the side of the collective that has a fear around lending your energy, your heart, your soul, giving all of yourself to another person in a relationship, okay, that's the healing to do. That's the releases to do around these past lives, the trauma there. There's trauma there in your soul. If you're the other side of the collective and you have a fear of your own greatness and standing out in society and doing your thing, okay, it's the healing to do is to release that fear around your own power or receiving energy from others and another specifically. Okay? Okay. And if you're not in a relationship, because someone on TikTok said, move forward, I'm confused. Oh, I'm not in a relationship. It doesn't matter. You don't have to be in a relationship for these energies to apply to you. Okay? And likely, there is a lot of people who are not in a relationship. Okay? But what you need to know is these are energetic themes meant to prepare you for your next relationship. Whether you know already who that is and you're working to come together with them, or you're allowing for your person to come in to your manifestation, okay? This is how you prepare for that. Do you see? It's the same energy, whether you're single, whether you're with someone. There's no difference here, okay? So for those of you who are single, who don't have a person, or you don't know who that person is on the other side of the end of your soul just yet, because I'm likely speaking to a lot of people who do have that, but aren't aware, okay? This is how you are getting ready for that. It's how you're getting ready to receive that person in. Okay. As well as step into your own soul purpose. Okay. Okay, let's get clarity on the High Priestess energy here. Three of Cups, the Moon, and the Page of Swords. Wow, this is so crazy. This is such a Mary Magdalene vibe, right? Because we just clarified the High Priestess energy. So clarifying the High Priestess is Three of Cups with the Moon and the Page of Swords. Literally, this describes the school of Mary Magdalene. I kid you not. The tarot is so amazing sometimes. I'm going to show the cards for those of you guys who can't see it, because it's just incredible. Clarifying the High Priestess energy is the Moon, okay? Page of Swords and the Three of Cups. This is literally a secret / underground gathering or institution, Three of Cups, who are here to learn about their truth, their feminine energies, their sexualities, right? To train, basically training. So your person may be going through, or you may be inclined to spend time mastering those energies, being with other people who are growing and evolving in the same space. If you haven't joined the community free Discord, this Twin Soul Rising Discord is an amazing place to be. There are a lot of spiritual teachers in this chat, okay, in my free Discord community. So link to that will be in the description box or my link tree. If you haven't joined already, highly recommend it. There's a lot of people I'm sure that are from the Discord. But this is what your person needs right now, or is going through, or the High Priestess side of the collective right now is you need other people. Don't isolate yourself too much, okay? To be around other people who are in the same boat, who are learning and they're studying and they're growing. So for those of you who have felt inclined or had a feeling that your person needed this is spending time, finding a community, finding a collective where you can together study what this is, okay? And you're all doing it, right? This is just a group of these High Priestesses, a group of fellow high priestess energies. Okay. It could be a school. This could represent some type of academy, a training that you sign up for, something like that. Okay. So great time for that for a lot of you watching, and also that your person will be going through. Okay. If you don't resonate with that. Okay. Yeah. Find that place. The guides are saying specifically, find that place for you. Find that place for you. Whatever that is for you to learn, to train. If you're feeling inclined for that higher knowledge or that wisdom, go for it. Okay? That's what's really needed right now. Particularly, they're saying if you're separated from your person right now. If you're separated, 144 in the TikTok chat, if you're separated from your person or you're single, perfect time to do this. Okay? Good. Good. Okay, good. Let's get clarity around the Knight of Swords here. Ooh, sorry. 6 of Cups with the 5 of Cups with the 8 of Cups. Okay. This is a specific message for your person, from your person. Maybe for your person, but from your person here. Clarifying the Knight of Swords here is so this is a message here, okay, that your person wants to tell you but feels like they can't in this moment in time. They want to tell you how sad and how devastated they are that they feel that they left you because they felt like they left their family. Okay, your person wants to tell you they feel like they're split away from their heart, their family, their home inside. You feel like home to them, 6 of Cups here. But they can't tell you this. This is the odd thing about it, right? Is they're in a little bit of a rock and a hard place between I feel devastated, right? That I had to leave my home or leave my heart, leave my family. Okay. But at the same time, I feel like there was no other way, that it was necessary, that it was for the greater good, that they had no other choice. Okay. That they needed to prove themselves. Yeah. Your person is telling you now, before they can return to you, they feel like they needed, okay, the reason why they left and what they couldn't tell you. Like I saw someone say, why don't they just say this in the chat, right? Someone said that in the YouTube chat, I believe. Okay. So why don't they just tell us that? Because telling someone something and proving it to them is very different. And someone says ego here. It's not ego. I know we want to think that it's ego. Okay? And maybe part of it is. But there's also a deeper level to that. And I'm here to bring that deeper level. The real reason is your person feels like they needed to prove that to you. Not to anyone else. Not even to themselves. But they felt like they needed to prove to you that they're willing to put in the work to be together forever. Yes, actions versus words. Temperance with the 10 of Wands, with the 9 of Pentacles. Okay? Your person felt like instead of telling you, okay, these are the cards. I'm not making these cards. I mean, you saw me shuffle. Okay? This is the cards. And this is just clarity for those of you wondering, right? Like, what happened? Why is this happening? This is your clarity. Okay? No. Your person feels the need to prove it to you that they can put in the work to be with you for a lifetime and forever. Okay? This is coming from the channeled sources from my soul. Okay? And why this is the case, I'm not sure, but that's just how everything played out. Right? Because the other thing is, I feel like inside of you watching, if you're on the other side of this, you may have needed also, in order to be with a person or this person, you may have needed to make sure that they are willing to put in the work to be able to be with you. Do you understand? Yeah. Okay, yeah. Let that come back for a second, because remember, there's two sides to the coin. So I want you to look deep in your soul and ask yourself, oh, wait, maybe in my soul, I also needed to see and know through their actions that they are truly willing to put in that amount of work to be with me for a lifetime. Because you might be saying to yourself, we might be saying to ourselves, I've been with people who said they were going to put in the work, who told me that I was their world, who told me that they were going to be with me for a lifetime, who told me that they were going to be married with me, and they never were. Am I right or am I wrong? Okay? Am I right or am I wrong? How many of you guys have been with someone like that who said, and they promised you the world, and none of it came through? Okay? So you may have had a karmic need, and your person knew this. Your person felt this at the very least. I can't say they consciously knew it. None of us consciously probably knew this, because this is being channeled for the first time, right? But on a soul level, right, what was consciously or unconsciously happening is you likely said in a contract to your person, hey, in order for me, talking about you, to know you're the one, you need to show me that you're willing to put in that much work. And if you show me, if you really prove that to me and show me you're willing to do that much work and work on yourself and transform and heal, that gives me security, you might be saying, okay, to know that you're going to stick around. Do you see? Because you watching might be saying, yeah, I've been with people, there was love, but you're a spiritual being. You watching, you're a highly spiritual being. You evolve really fast. You heal really quickly. You're highly attuned. You're on a mission to be the best self. You're a very high frequency. So you had to know that your person was on the same frequency. You had to know that your person was willing to put in as much work within themselves as you are within yourself. Do you understand? Okay. So this is it. This is the true reason. Okay. You needed to find and know that your partner was willing to put in the work, because once this person shows themselves and shows up and they put in the work and they are what they say they are and they are what they say they want, you can rest easy and go, I can let go. I can just be happy, because now I don't have to worry that if I evolve and I'm too successful, my person's going to need to go run away because it's too much for them. Okay. That you'll have the peace inside that, yeah, my person's always going to do their work. Okay. The necessary spiritual work to be in this relationship. Okay. Okay. All right. Final outcome / final advice in this reading that we'll start to close out. Magician here with the Queen of Swords and the King of Swords. I love this outcome. Out of all the outcomes, this is just brilliant, this outcome here. Magician here with the Queen of Swords and the King of Swords. Okay. All right. Yeah, I know. So there's two sides to this, as always. The side of the collective that is working on their inner wounds, their inner trauma, okay? Who we've identified as your person, although it could be you watching, because I'm speaking to both sides, okay? But we'll just say your person. To this person, Magician card, their empowerment will come for them in their life, for their greatest soul purpose, by proving this to you, by showing you that they are who they say they are and what they want to be and willing to do the work. Queen of Swords here. Someone willing to work on their past traumas, willing to work on their heart, willing to work on their soul to evolve and to heal. Their greatest life empowerment comes from their willingness to do that for you. Yes. Okay? Some of you guys might be saying, who am I to demand that from my person? Okay? Luciano says, I'm so skeptical right now, but I'm here for a reason somehow. I don't know. Luciano, you were the first one here, my friend. I saw your chat. You said I'm one of the only guys. I bet you're not one of the only guys in this chat. Okay? They're just hiding. Okay? You might say, who am I to demand that from my person? That they heal, that they work on their traumas, that they become their best self so that they can be beside me. King of Swords demands a certain level of respect, a certain level of contribution in relationship, a certain level of self-empowerment, a certain level of responsibility. Okay? And that is if you're watching, or the other side of the collective's job, believe it or not, to demand the best from our person, to hold them to a higher standard. Okay? To not be soft with them, okay? And say that it's okay if they are unhealed and traumatized and treating us like shit and, like whatever the case may be, flirting with other people or like, no, hold them accountable. Say, this is what I need in a relationship from you. Either you deliver this to me and we can be together and be in bliss in heaven, or I'm not in a relationship with you. You see? That's your duty. Most of you watching, that's your duty to do that, to hold your person to a higher standard. That's why you're here. That's why the relationship exists, because you're both here to hold each other to a higher standard also. Because it's not just you that's going to be holding your person to a higher standard. At some point, your person's going to hold you to a higher standard. I promise you. I promise you. And maybe they have already in certain ways that we can't see entirely just yet. But eventually, your person will be doing the holding of the standard to you. So it will switch, okay? But at this time, the majority of people I'm talking to are saying, no, you got to be, right? King of Swords energy. Hold that line, hold that boundary. And that's where your empowerment comes from. To have the confidence, to have the strength in yourself, right? By doing that, by holding those boundaries strong, as Darling said. Thank you, Darling, in the chat. Okay? That gives you the self-respect and the self-love and the self-confidence, okay, to complete your soul mission and be the best you can be. Likewise, on the other side of it, your person, if they can successfully go through those expectations and go through that journey, and yeah, maybe they're not wanting to tell you that they're doing that because of pride or ego. I can definitely see that. Okay, a little bit. But rather, they just want to actually show you that, yes, I'm willing to do what you need me to do in order to be with you. That's where their empowerment comes from, because their lesson is to learn to serve another. Okay? That's High Priestess energy. That's High Priestess energy. Okay? The root of High Priestess energy is I'm willing to serve the other. 6th house / Virgo energy, by the way, and or Libra energy. 7th house, 6th house. I'm willing to assist or serve the other first because I trust and know I'll receive what I need from that service and that support. Okay? So you're transforming your person's ability to serve you in this relationship by following through with what you need or your needs or your expectations of them. So the advice here is to not be apologetic for asking for what you want, for demanding a certain standard from your person, but to hold them strong to it and trust, if it's your person, that they'll be that. They are that already. Okay? Okay. All right, final 3 of the reading and then advice, and we'll finish out here. 10 of Pentacles, Page of Pentacles, and Justice. Okay? No matter what here, everyone, this is probably one of the most important messages. Okay? You are meant for a relationship that is going to exceed all expectations. 10 of Pentacles here is a union where you are building something with someone that literally changes the world. Okay? So that has to come first, beyond pride and ego. Let me say it clearly now. If and when your person, or you if you need to, come forward and are willing to surrender any pride or ego and show you that they've met what you've needed of them to be in a relationship with you, to be your equal in this relationship, your co-pilot, or your pilot, your co-pilot, okay? Forgive them fully and let it go. Do not by any means hold it against them or anyone or yourself. Let it go. There will be a time, mark my words, when you have a choice and your person comes forward to you and says, I am more than sorry. I needed to go through this. I screwed up big time. It's never been a question of whether I've wanted to be with you. I just needed time to realize that. And I needed to be on my own to see that. And you're going to have a choice to either accept that and to forgive them and to take them as they are, or to not and to hold it over them or hold it against them or be suspicious because you're not sure or you're not willing to fully trust it. Okay. Now, what I'll say is always follow your gut. But if another person is willing, because it takes a lot. I mean, it takes a lot to do that, to really swallow your pride and ego and come forward with that. Okay. Please forgive them and the karma will be done. Okay. But they have to come forward towards you first. All right? That's the karma. That's the justice here. Do you see? Justice is here to say you must receive this apology first. You must receive the offering of your person first, if you're resonating with the other side of the collective, so that you can forgive them tangibly, in reality, in person, for this karmic justice to be completed. Okay? So it's not enough to just be like, yes, I forgive them, right? And they haven't done anything. They haven't apologized. They haven't said anything, right? Yes, you can do that for your own peace. I'm not saying hold a grudge against them in your heart or anything like that. But yeah, no, there is a karmic justice requirement here that they feel too, that they have to offer this to you and you need to forgive them. That's your choice, obviously, but it's their choice to come forward to you. It's your choice as to whether you want to accept them and forgive them for whatever's happened here between you two. And let go and move on and not hold it against them as if it were them, because it won't be them. Okay. That's it. That's the completed True Love reading. Jeez Louise, that was... Oh, God, so much information. And I'm... Woo! It's crazy when the channeling's done, it just it leaves me. The Holy Spirit leaves me. And I just feel human again. I'm just like, oh my goodness. Wow. Okay. Yeah. Someone said overwhelmed. Yeah, me too. I told you guys this live stream is no joke. It's quite a spectacle. even for me, I'm not just, this is me bragging. This is like every time we do one of these, like it's just so much information that comes through. MSG BTR half. Will this be happening for all of us in this lifetime? Here's my channeled answer to that, because I obviously mentally I don't know that, but the channeled answer for that is, to a very large majority of you, you will feel it in your soul if this resonates with you, and likely if you're here, I'm saying, Brandon's saying, and it's resonated with you for this long, you are very likely one of the souls meant to go through this with another in this lifetime. These are also timeless messages. So they're going to apply to every one of you watching now, but then maybe this reading comes up again in the future at some point in time and you needed to hear that specific message again, right? Or someone watching this in the future replay, right? Hi, future people and future self. I'll probably be watching this back. Will get a message that they need to hear as well, right? When it's actually happening, right? So keep that in mind. Like, if this isn't happening tangibly to you now, and you're watching and you're scratching your head like, this is really interesting, like it resonates, but it's not happening. There's a lot of you who it's happening to, right, in real time. A lot of you, maybe it's resonating, but it's like, it's not actually happening. Probably you're going to need to come back to like maybe a year from now, you come back to this reading, you're like, oh, right? Now I understand what the guys were saying, right? I just could see that happening for a lot of you. Okay. All right, beautiful. So let's start with the final portion. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus. Literally, thank you, Jesus. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Mary Magdalene. Although she wasn't here, technically, this is Jesus speaking. Angels and archangels, we appreciate you. Let's dive into the final section. This is going to be the astrology section. Okay. So I'm going to have the screen on my YouTube channel, like I've been showing the cards, but I will be speaking out the energies to Instagram and TikTok. Okay. So don't, if you guys want to see the actual chart in real time, you can go on my YouTube channel, Brandon Tobias on YouTube. But if you're okay just hearing, I'll speak everything out like it's a radio so you guys can kind of understand what's going on. All right, let's go ahead and go into this. I should have it set up if I'm... Yep, I am technologically set up here. All right, good. Wow, we've gone 2 hours, 34 minutes in the chat. It's crazy. Someone just said, there is more? I know, it's a long live stream, right? Yeah, so there's a little more. There's one more section here. And yeah, there's one more section here because this part's going to resonate either to a different set of people on here or to a different part of your life story right now. And it's not going to be as long. That was the longest part, I promise. And then at the end, if anyone wants to do a Q&A, Sabrina says, I've been at work the whole time. I figured a lot of you were at work or going to be tuning in from work. So it's no surprise that the work message came through first and foremost. Okay, let's go ahead and see. First thing I want to do is just kind of, I'm going to do 2 or 3 parts to this astrology reading. And this is going to be concise. It's going to be just what we need to know, no fluff or anything like that. So it's September 15th, obviously 2023. We're going to go over the astrology of right now, what's going on. We're going to be looking at the next new, I think it's a new moon coming up, new or full moon coming up. And then kind of see where things are headed. And my plan with this is likely this is going to be a weekly or once every 2 weeks live stream. I haven't decided on the frequency yet. So you guys might need to let me know in the chat. Like, this is so much information. Maybe this needs to be once every 2 weeks, once every month. I don't know. Let me know what you feel in the chat, or once a week. It used to be once a week, believe it or not. But because this is a whole day for me, this is just my whole day goes to this energetically. So it's like this is just for you all. This is for you all. Okay, for everything you give to me, this is my way of giving back. So, anyways, all right, let's take a look. So let's see where things are at. And let's see. Is that who I think it is? Is that Kayla? Hi, Kayla. How's it going? If you missed the live stream, check out the replay on YouTube. But just want to say hi. Thanks for being here. Okay. All right. So as of the time of this live stream, let's see how many planets we have in retrograde and which planets are retrograde. So we have Jupiter and Uranus in Taurus, both retrograde. Okay. We have Chiron in the North Node in Aries, both retrograde. We have Neptune in retrograde, Saturn in retrograde, Pluto in retrograde. And on YouTube, you can see where my cursor is going. Okay. And Mercury just came direct, I think, today. So funny enough, this was the date that I was channeled to be live on, and Mercury happens to be direct today. That's kind of crazy. Sun's in Virgo. Okay, and Moon is in Libra with Pallas and Mars within about 11 degrees. Okay. Let's talk about what's going on here. The first thing that's relevant here, and we're going to talk about Jupiter and Uranus first. These are planets that are associated with both our fortune in life, or where we're meant to be teaching, where we're meant to be a teacher or a master at, okay? Our higher wisdom that we're meant to be sharing with the world. And also Uranus is our individual ingenious, right? Our genius inside, the way that we are different, built differently for the world, okay? Now, they're within 7 degrees of each other, okay? That's relevant for some reason. In Taurus, both retrograde. Okay, so the thing that you might be reflecting on the most right now, or needing to reflect on the most when it comes to your career or soul purpose, funny enough, is the way in which you or we are ingenious. This is the word, ingenious, unmatched anywhere else in our field in that particular way of being. Okay? Uranus here in Taurus, in a practical way, where are we a standout superstar, ingenious, have an amazing talent that the world has never seen before? Quite like that. Uranus in Taurus. Okay? What is that? And more importantly, what and how can that be used in a practical way with your vehicle? Okay? I told you the channel messages from the beginning, they're correlated with the astrology. They always are. So Uranus in Taurus and retrograde is, what's your practical vehicle that your unique, ingenious way of being can be implemented into the world, but in a practical enough way to serve and meet your material Taurus needs. Yeah? Now, Taurus is ruled by what? Venus. So let's look where Venus is at. Venus is in Leo. Leo. Venus is in Leo, conjunct Juno. Conjunct Juno with the vertex. Holy cow. Okay. What does that mean? Well, number one, Juno. If you don't know what Juno is your person. It's your marriage in life, right? I call it the twin soul. Some of you guys may call it a divine counterpart or a high-level soulmate, whatever you want to call it, right? The person that we've been talking about that you're meant to marry and do your mission with, okay? Turns out, right now, your unique, ingenious, the way in which you're meant to be a unique, incredible person and practically implement is going to be inspired by your person. Oh, and inspired by your relationship. In some ways, it might be modeled by your person, i.e., you can find the inspiration from what you want to be by looking at what your person or your relationship, or if you're single and don't know or have a person, right? A person that you are wanting to be with, or that you find as a role model, someone you would want to be with. Okay? This is where it's meant to come through. And you're meant to see, oh my gosh, this entire time I may not have realized or seen my person is an exact representation of the energy that I can use or implement for my spiritual purpose here on earth. Okay? Again, Uranus in Taurus, retrograde. Taurus ruled by Venus, Venus in Leo. So chances are this is a public demonstration, or your person or you are meant to be publicly demonstrating, or you're watching your person or your relationship publicly demonstrating what you yourself are meant to be doing. Or you can use that as your inspiration. But chances are it's very aligned, if not the same, right? Or very similar, or similar themes but opposite messages, right? Something along those lines where it's, and I'm 111 in the chat in Instagram, right? So this is why the guides and angels have spent so much time saying, don't ignore the sexual energy that you're receiving from another person, or the energy that you want to give to another person, because that is your inspiration. Do you see? Literally, that is your inspiration to know what you're here to do. Okay? And more so, to practically implement. Okay? Your person's an inspiration as to how you should practically implement your unique way of being. So use each other for that inspiration. Okay? And this is, vertex with Juno with Venus here, right? This is the moment in time. This is it, where you can find that spark, you can find that inspiration, right? Maybe you see your person on social media, okay, and you're like, oh my gosh, like that's what I need to do. That's what I'm here to do too. Or, that's my person's doing it this way, and making money in this way. I can do that too, okay? Whatever that means for you. But this is going to be both of you and or you, if you don't have a person, you don't know who that is, aligning with your true soul mission in a sustainable way to eventually come into union. Okay? And be doing what you both came here to do, but together. Okay? So whether we realize it or not, we as a collective are transforming or growing into our individuated soul purpose, right? In order to be ready to come together to do that individuated soul purpose with and alongside our partner. And it's spoken here in astrology, Juno conjunct Venus in Leo. And this is meant to be for and with the public eye. Okay? So I want you to practically think about this and say, Leo, what is it I want or can do or came here to do publicly, okay, publicly, in the eyes of everyone else, or seen or represented or worshipped, okay? Leo wants to be worshipped by other people. Yes, it's okay to be worshipped because you give that value back. What did I come here to do, be, or express publicly of value for the world? And how can that be inspired by what the person that I love is doing, or someone that I'd want to be with is doing as well? Okay? That inspiration wants to come through to each and every single one of us in this moment in time. That's how you find out what it is. The other thing is Jupiter is here in retrograde. So the other fear or concern may be that I'm not qualified enough for that. I can't do what my person's doing in the way that they do it. I'm incapable of that, or I don't know enough. Jupiter, right? I don't know enough to do that. Or I suck at the practical side of that, right? Jupiter and Taurus, okay? So it's also, the other side of it is letting go of those limiting beliefs and saying, that's not true. Because if your person can do it, or someone that you admire can do it, you can do it too. The reason you admire them is because it's in you. Do you see? That's Jupiter and Taurus retrograde. The reason you admire them is because that's inside of you too. Okay? It's not just in someone else. It's like, that's you. You're admiring yourself. That's a quality inside of you already. That's why you admire it externally manifest. You're admiring the externally manifest qualities of yourself. Do you see? Whether that's a singer, whether that's a speaker, right? Whether that's a channeler, okay? Whatever that is for you. Okay, good. North Node is in Aries with Chiron here. This is the entire theme around healing abandonment wounds and power wounds. Aries here. Conqueror energy, right? North Node, Aries, retrograde with Chiron. This is where the past life healing comes into play. I just love astrology and tarot. Reflects the channeling so beautifully, right? Aries energy, conqueror energy. Chiron here, where and how it was abused on with ourselves and with others. Healing those wounds, retrograde in past lives. Beautiful, right? So precise. Okay. Meanwhile, South Node is in Libra. Okay. So we are dealing, right? This is the collective dealing with past life relationship wounds. Okay. Or past life relationship people. Definitely, whether that's the person you're meant to be with or just someone from a past life, like deep soul level, karmic people. With Moon and Mars and Pallas here, also sharing the sign of Libra. And Mars, I believe, is loosely opposing Chiron. Okay, so there you go. Those are the wounds. So with an opposition with Mars and Chiron, okay, remember, Mars is like Ace of Wands. Okay, Mars is our sexual energy, our fire, our drive to get things done. Okay. Opposing Chiron, it seems like that energy is the enemy. Or we have to sacrifice we have to sacrifice that energy in order to heal or in order to be a better version of ourselves. That's not true. The reality is we have to find a way to integrate and to implement sexual energy and our own sexual desires and our own desires, generally speaking, and power in order to heal. Do you see? That's the opposition here. That's how you clear it up. So I want you to look at, okay, this is where the practical stuff comes in. Where and how you have been harmed by sexual energy and or fire, the energy of fire and power. Whether that's by yourself, like you've harmed yourself with that, or you've been harmed by another. Where is it that you have been harmed or wounded with that energy in particular? And what has that caused you to repress or to close off to within yourself because of that? Okay. Your task and your courage here is going to be needed to open that back up. That's part of you back up to receive or to give. Okay. Like there may have been a part of you, right, I'm seeing in the heart chakra that closed off your heart, like your willingness to give your heart and your soul to another because they hurt you with, right, sexual energy or power, your raw power. Okay. And so where can that part of you be restored so that it can flow naturally? Your heart, your soul can flow naturally to the wherever it wants to go, right? Wherever it wants to be given to, whether that's a person, career, soul purpose, or relationship. Okay. And then also where you can receive that back. Okay. Okay. If it's been closed, if somehow you've been closed to receiving energy from others or sexual energy from others. Okay. Because that's also a possibility. Because at some point, the other side of this wound also might represent itself as, I've received bad energy. That's what I'm getting. I've received karma and bad energy from others, or I've taken on others' karma, right, from their energy, their sexual energy being received by me. So I have become closed off to receiving too. Do you see? So those are the two sides you guys can look at and see which side of the collective you're on to. And there may be themes of both there for sure, but I'm guessing one is more primary than the other. Okay, so there's the healing wounds, and all of that's related to getting back to the soul purpose. Because once that wound is healed, what I'm hearing is that's going to give you the clarity, as we mentioned, and also the drive to be able to move forward in your life and your life purpose, and in every area of life, really. Okay. All right, last thing for this time right now, it's a general overview. Again, whenever you happen to be watching this, future viewers, this is also timeless general messages. So chance if you're watching this, and even if it's past this date, maybe these are energies you haven't healed yet, right? So you're going to have to look at these energies. So, but these are really aware in the collective right now. So, or really arisen, is collective lot of fortune conjunct Pluto in Capricorn retrograde. And Pluto's at 28 degrees at the end of Capricorn in retrograde. God, that's I remember watching the Leo King. Any of you guys know the Leo King? He was one of my early inspirations as an astrologer. And back, I think this was like 2019, 2018, he used to do his weekly show. It's kind of the inspiration for this show, actually, to be honest with you. But I remember at one point there was a Saturn. I think Saturn was 28 degrees Capricorn, or there was some planet that was at the end of Capricorn. And he described it as like this crusty, karmic, broken down ship that you have to like navigate through the nails of. Like, it's just this really difficult, trying time. And so Pluto at the end of Capricorn, right, trying to get out of Capricorn in retrograde, is just like, it's the end of karma. It's the end of the karmic, transformational, past life, justice-oriented energy. Like, we're in it. We're in it. I'm going to look to see when that shifts, by the way, in a second. But this is just letting you know, a lot of fortune with Pluto. If you go into that black hole journey, like we talked about in the beginning of the session today, right? That's Pluto. That's Pluto retrograde at the end of Capricorn, by the way. That's black hole energy. Okay. That's black. That's what we were channeling. I'm now I see it. I'm like, okay, that makes sense. So a lot of fortune if you're willing to go exist in that black hole while it's here, because it is here. Pluto at the end of Capricorn in retrograde. There's a nothingness. There's a blackness here. You'll receive everything you want. A lot of fortune. You'll receive the money, the relationship, the love, everything. Okay. But we got to get out of this black hole energy, and that's just a matter of time. Divine timing's at play. You can't rush Pluto. Okay? That's just the truth. You can't rush Pluto. And that's going to be there. Let's go ahead and see. I'm curious personally how long Pluto's going to be there. I think Pluto's very slow. Oh, it's in retrograde, so it's going backwards. So that's great. I just started moving forward, and Pluto moved back a degree to 27 degrees. Yeah, no, we're going to be in this for a little while. I mean, I'm just going to keep going. I'm going to fast forward here. Okay, Pluto comes out of retrograde in October 11th. Okay, those of you guys on YouTube, I'm going through the dates here. Pluto officially moves out of retrograde. This is black hole energy. Okay, so we're going to be here a little longer. All right, just bear with us. October 11th is the date. Pluto moves out of black hole energy. It begins to slowly move forward. Okay. I'm going backwards because I want to look at Saturn. So Saturn is actually also in retrograde, and that's coming back. That's now going to be at 0 degrees Pisces after October 11th. So that might even go back into Aquarius, Saturn back into Aquarius. I think we have a run of Saturn back into Aquarius coming up. Let me check here really quick. Okay, we're going into November. Pluto moves to 28 again. So in November, Pluto's just back to 28 degrees. We're out of the retrograde, but it's still at the end of degrees at Capricorn here. Okay. Saturn is also out of retrograde. So Saturn's not going to move back to Aquarius. So I'll talk about what that means in a second. Let's see. I'm going to keep going forward here. And then I'll go back to the upcoming new moon so we can talk about that. Okay, Pluto's at 29 degrees on the 20th of December, 2023. Oh, is it going to end at the end of this year? That would be crazy. That would be crazy. I really do think... Let me see. Okay, a little bit after, so we're now into January 2023. There we go. Okay, so Pluto moves from Capricorn officially into Aquarius on January 21st, 2024. Now, you might be asking, why did I take so much time to look at that date? It's because your karma, what you need to go through, the karmic justice that we're talking about will not be finished out entirely until this date arrives. Okay? While we're in the retrograde period, this is a period of figuring out exactly what that is. Like this reading is a part of discovering this is the karma that we're needing to go through. Okay? It's figuring that out, what that is. But the karmic completion itself, like the grand finale or the resolution of this chapter of time that you're likely feeling, this black hole energy, that's officially, there will be a new era, okay? A new era, January 21st, 2024. Pluto actually goes conjunct the sun in Aquarius, which is really intense. I mean, that's a very strong, like, Pluto coming out of Capricorn, like out of a sign into a conjunction with the sun at early next year. Yeah, this is really big. Yeah. I don't know. Someone might need to tell me like what month the elections will be or when that takes place. I forget, but that could also be very relevant to that. Anyways. So that's just something to have in the back of your mind. If you're wondering about timing and how long this period's meant to last and what you're meant to be doing, it's like, you don't have to always follow your gut, but just know in the back of your mind, if you're going through really what seems to be a lesson or karma, or, you're experiencing karma with another person, it's like, that's when it all, the karma is finished. In one way or another, it's going to be resolved around that time. Okay. Now, that's not to say nothing will happen before that, right? Like, I'm just saying everything will be resolved fully by that time, like fully resolved, like everything cleared out. Okay. And that includes, whether that's a conversation, reestablishing or being in a relationship, or something in your job or career, soul purpose life, or like all that stuff. Like, it may get sussed out before that, right? Because that's going to be the end degrees of Capricorn, likely 29 degrees. But that's the resolution of it. Okay. Okay. Let's finish out here and finish out with the new moon. Oh, Michelle, that would be a great birthday present. It's January 20th is your birthday. Yeah. That's that's a really intense birthday. And I don't mean that in the bad way. I'm not trying to scare you. I'm just saying that's going to be a lot of energy on that birthday because Pluto is there. And that could be, as you said, she's like, oh boy. Yeah, oh boy is right. Not in a bad way, but just maybe in a shocking way, I would say, or surprising way. Okay. Birthday surprise, we could say. So let's go back to, I don't know why I'm doing that. Let's go back to the next alignment here, what we're going to see. Okay. So right now, September 15th, we're going to, it's actually going to be a full moon, actually, not a new moon, the next thing we're experiencing. Sun's going to be in Libra. Okay, so this is going to be a Libra Aries axis, I think. Yep. Moon will be in Libra. Wow. No, I'm sorry. Moon will be in Aries and Sun will be in Libra. There it is. Okay. And it's not I don't think it's an eclipse. I think the North Node has to be within 10 degrees of the moon for it to be an eclipse, I think. If any of you guys are astrologers, please feel free to let me know. Okay. So September 29th, it's currently the 15th, obviously. The 29th is our full moon. Okay, so this is what we're leading up to. So what I'm going to channel right now or look at is what is culminating, how to prepare for that, and how to kind of lead up to that moment, okay, with the full moon. So first of all, full moon in Aries, it's about little over 10 degrees, right, from Chiron. It's sharing the same sign as the Earth and the North Node. The Sun is conjunct the asteroid Pallas, okay, in Libra here. Okay, so the first thing that comes to me is for the greater collective good, for the greater collective goodness, for the greater collective goodness. So you may feel like you're making some type of sacrifice in your life or change that has to do with sacrificing a part of your life or a part of yourself in order to serve the collective, right? To serve the collective good. And it may absolutely be a part of our ego, our collective ego or pride or unconsciousness that is shed away with that and in a wave with that, okay? So I just see this massive layer of our own ego and us consciously choosing to sacrifice that. Like it's not a just, okay, yeah, there it goes, it's happening, I'm different. It's like this comes up and then you choose and say, no, I need to sacrifice this part of me, who I am, for the collective good, for the collective healing, for the collective good. And this may be a part of you that is, we can say, inherently selfish or self-centered or self-preservation oriented, okay? Which is very Aries energy. And by the way, I'm a sun sign Aries, so I love Aries. This is not against Aries. I'm also a very selfish person. I love being selfish. I think being selfish is needed to be able to give back, right? So I have no problem with being selfish. But sometimes our need to be self-preservation oriented or selfish also can get in the way. Like what we want or what we wanted or what we thought we wanted really also is coming up. Or even what a former version of ourself wanted, right? Is there's going to be a conscious decision to shed that part of ourselves, okay? And to say, even though, you know, I may want to keep that part of myself or it's comfortable to keep that part of myself, I am choosing and need to shed that or let it go or destroy it for the greater collective goodness, okay? By the way, this full moon's happening with the vertex, okay? The collective vertex conjunct Pluto. Vertex, for those of you guys who don't know, is a point in astrology that represents a dramatic shift in one's destiny. So this is a major hit, okay? This is a major change in the collective energy, in the consciousness of the collective energy. And Sun conjunct Pallas, by the way, this asteroid Pallas is around one's own internal ability to lead in their collective or to serve for their collective, right? That's Pallas energy. It's like the warrior goddess Athena. Okay. So basically, in a nutshell, all this channeling aside, it's what parts of me do I need to cut out that I know I need to cut out or release or surrender so I can be a better leader, so I can be a better leader of humanity, leader of the collective good, leader of the collective, generally speaking. Okay. And look at that. No coincidence here. Juno precisely conjunct Venus in Leo. Okay. So it does involve relationships. It does involve your soul partner. Okay. If you know who that is or not. Okay. This change will be so that you are prepared or preparing to be able to be with that person for life. Okay. This will be a direct, what I'm seeing is this will be honestly inspired by that person. Okay. Inspired by the other, basically. Venus here in Leo with Juno. Inspired by your partner, if you have one, or the person you're connected to, or your future partner. You're going to say to yourself, all right, for this person and for the greater collective good, so I can be a better human, or that person has showed me about my true self and what I need to let go of, and therefore now I choose to let go of that part of myself for this relationship, for this person, for another person, and for the greater collective good. So both sides of the collective are showing each other, they've showed each other the part they each need to let go of, that they may be resistant to letting go of, right? Or kind of surrendering to. But that is necessary so they can be better individuals. This is what I see happening, okay, on this full moon. Very dramatic, yes, very dramatic. Juno with Venus here. Lilith is here in the mix as well. This is likely a shadow version of each of you and your partner or your future partner, okay, your soul partner here, the person you're meant to marry, okay. It's a shadow version, Lilith here, or the dark energy that's looking to prevent, right, each of you from being your true authentic self, more so rather your ego-based self. Okay. So you're being alerted to what that is through the triggering, through the healing that's going on within your current situation or love or relationships, generally speaking. Okay. All right. Is there anything else, guides and angels, that we need to go through or talk about for the collective at this time? I don't think so. They're just saying, the guys are just saying how to prepare for that, okay? Or what to do in conjunction with that. So I'm going to change the screen now to just briefly talk about that. Oh, Claudia says, new moon was last night. Oh my gosh, yeah. Didn't even know. I only look at the astrology when I'm channeling, by the way. I never even look at it myself. It's just the habit. And she says, we're also about to go into eclipses. Okay, that makes sense. So how to prepare for that, what to do, okay? Basically, you already know, okay? Well, let's just be honest. Like, you already know deep inside any of the parts of yourself that maybe need to be shed or looked at or re-examined or released in order to be a better leader, a better human being, okay? One thing for me personally, right? This is just so as an example, I know that I can be just way too lackadaisical about things sometimes, right? And my organization, generally speaking, in my home and the cleanliness of the home and, doing laundry at appropriate times and having my stuff in order needs improvement, right? It needs routine. It needs structure. I struggle with that a little bit. So that's one side I've been shown in my relationships and definitely just has been coming up for me to be like, yeah, like if your efficiency can increase, right? Your impact can increase as well. And your discipline in different areas as well, right? That's just one example. Okay. So what's been shown to you as you've kind of known, yeah, this needs a change. This needs a revamp, or it's truly time to commit to the real version of who and what I authentically am, right? Time to stop holding back. Okay. So just be open to that. Be open to what you or your person may have reflected back to you, most importantly, as to what those changes are. And again, oftentimes relationships are the thing that shows us where we need to be more stable. Okay. So be open to that. Be open to seeing what that is. And then ask yourself, right? If I don't shift this part of me or release this part of me, is that going to be, and how is that going to be sustainable for a long-term relationship? Right? I.e. for me, if I don't have my shit together, okay, and my life, besides my ability to do things like this is a mess, okay, is that going to be sustainable to be in a long-term relationship? No, it's probably not. Okay. And also, right, if I don't release this part of me, how is that going to impact my purpose and my ability to impact the world? Okay. So those are the questions to be asking yourself at this time, and to really dig deep within the self and say, what is it? What is it that I've been keeping from myself or lying about within myself, that I haven't been authentic about, or I'm not being authentic with, that is keeping me from, right, being able to enjoy a long-term sustainable relationship and also a mission and career and purpose in the world. Okay. And those are also connected to, again, parts of our self-serving self, or parts of our ego that we may be hesitant to look at. And again, what I just said, that's just an example. It may not even be that for me. It may be something else, right? I don't know until this time comes, but it's a good time to reflect on that and to look at the themes so that we're ready to consciously make that choice to release it if that's indeed what we choose. And most importantly, as we close out, whether that's worth it for the person we're meant to marry. So I want you to ask the question, maybe you're not willing to give that part up for yourself, just if it's you, because you're like, what's the point, right? Like, I can get away with my life, for example, with being disorganized or not having my shit all the way together, right? So for me, it's not a big deal. But for a person, for another person who I love and care about deeply, or for my marriage, my relationship, am I willing to give that part up? That becomes a very different answer, right? Whether or not we're willing to give something up for another that we care and love, or ourselves, okay, is a very different thing. So those are the things to reflect on. But also that's going to reflect also back to your soul purpose. Like, okay, if I'm not willing to give that up about myself, am I willing to give it up for the sake of the world? Is another question, or another way to ask it as well. Where I know all these people, millions of people, are relying on me now and in the future to share with them my gifts. And if I don't give this part of myself up, I'm never going to be able to share that with them in the way that I can. Okay. Okay, that's it. That's all I got, guys. I know, so much. There was so much information. I mean, good Lord, that was a lot of stored up. That was a lot of stored up information that needed to get out, right? Okay, at this time, I'm gonna jump into a Q&A here, and we're gonna make it. We'll see what the demand's like. I don't know. You guys have been here as long as I have, so maybe you guys or have had enough. But I want to point something out to people first, and then we'll go into the Q&A. So a couple resources to be aware of. And I don't think I linked this. See, I told you I didn't have my shit together. I don't think I linked this in the YouTube description box in this live stream. But you can find it in any of my other YouTube videos, and I will put links to it right after this live stream is done. But there's a couple things. So my plan is each week, or whenever there's a live stream, my plan is to put out a new channeled transcendental meditation. Okay? So this is literally a channeled meditation from the Collective Guides and Angels. I believe last one was Archangel Gabriel, Archangel Uriel, and Archangel Michael. And this was around inner child transformation around soul purpose. Okay. So that is available. There will be a link for that in my link tree on these devices and also in the description box when this video is posted. Highly recommend it. And in conjunction with that, a channeled PDF, like I think it's like two and a quarter single line channeled PDF from the archangels and the guides. And I believe Jesus Christ was in that one too. Just sharing a written message. Okay. So if you prefer to read and you like that kind of stuff, both of those will be available for purchase. They're very low cost. Okay. In the description box in this YouTube video, once it's posted, and also in my link tree. You can also get a combo of both of those for, I think, like $15, right? It's a bargain. And then, so those are available. Highly recommend the meditation. I mean, I recommend both, but the meditation is really, really, I was pretty floored by it. And I think it's going to do a lot of healing for people. So there will be a new one of those each lot. My plan is to have one of those each live stream available for you guys to purchase. I also have a podcast. I don't know how many of you knew that, but it's the Science of the Soul and Stars podcast. I just released a new episode around how to, funny enough, practically find your purpose, or really the title is how to let your story unfold into your purpose. And I'm looking to really start to put out episodes either weekly again or once every 2 weeks. My goal is weekly on that podcast. So check that out. That will also be in my link tree and also in the description box in this YouTube video. My email list, okay, if you want to be up to date with when and if I'm going back into personal services, coaching, event announcement, live stream announcements, definitely subscribe to my email list. That is in my link tree and in my description box on YouTube as well. That's the best way to stay up to date with, announcements and discounts on products and, future retreats and things like that. Okay. What else was there? Be sure to subscribe to my YouTube channel if you haven't already, or on TikTok and on Instagram, hit the little bell in my profile to get notified when I go live. I don't know if that's on Instagram yet or not, but also on YouTube specifically, hit that bell so you get notified every time if you want to be part of these live streams and things like that. Again, I haven't decided yet if they're going to be weekly or once every 2 weeks or not, but we shall see. Okay. More to come on that soon. They're definitely clearly right. I was called to this, and obviously Mercury went direct today, so it's just divine timing. We're going to see what is wanted here. Okay. And I think that's everything I had. Podcast, the PDF, the meditation, email list. And then, basically, if you're new to me or this is the first time you're on YouTube, hello, we have most of the zodiac readings out. So if you want clarity in your individual zodiac sign, check out the YouTube. We've got everything up to Aquarius. We just got Pisces to do this weekend. Darlene says, yes, I listened to that podcast. It was great. Thank you. Thank you so much. You're very welcome. Okay, let's go into some questions. Yay. All right. This is a spiritual Q&A. And let's see what we got here. So I will be fielding questions from Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube. Okay, YouTube is going to get the first priority because their chat is really easy to read, selfishly. But I will be checking TikTok and Instagram. So if you guys have questions that you want me to read, I'm thinking like 4 or 5 questions. I'll answer 4 or 5 questions. That's about what I got in me. And then we'll close out. And we'll go from there. Okay. Yeah, Christy. I know Christy, the goddess of Neptune. Yeah. Hello. By the way, Christy, I know I haven't answered your messages, but I checked out your YouTube channel. It's awesome. For anyone who hasn't seen, the goddess of Neptune in YouTube in the chat has an amazing astrological YouTube channel. And I believe she does tarot and oracle as well. She says, so check out her channel. Check out Brandon bringing Truth Talk the day Mercury station direct during Virgo, reminding us where to clean things up in order where we can be of service. Happy you're back, Kirsty. Hey. Yes. Yeah, I know. Crazy, right? And I didn't intend for that. Okay. Fearless Fashionista says, do we have karma with everyone we meet?
Or is karma designated for specific relationships? Trying to better understand karma/karmics, etc. Really good question, Fearless. No, we do not have karma with everyone we meet, first and foremost. Karma, okay, let me clear. The definition of karma is an energy that's stuck, that needs to be resolved or finished between you and another soul, right? You and another part of God, really. We're all part of Source. So you and the other part of God got wrapped up in something that created an emotional or traumatic bond between you that you each need to clear out, release, okay? Likely through the energy of forgiveness, acceptance, or release, okay, of the other, or by some pre-designated resolution, right? So we talked about, quote unquote, the karma between you and your soul partner, because not all karma means that the person's a karmic. I hate that term, karmic. It's so derogatory, right? People say, I understand, I get it. It's tempting, but people refer to karmic as a person who you were just supposed to learn a karmic lesson from, right? That was their only purpose in your life, to teach you a lesson. Like, come on, they're a human being just like you. They're not a karmic. What is this? It's so insulting, right? And by the way, to them, you were a karmic. Okay. So anyways, karma is simply it's simply something that needs to be resolved between you and another soul. And yes, that is a specific soul. Okay. And that soul is going to, if you don't resolve it in a lifetime, that soul is going to reincarnate as a different person, as a different human, that will eventually be drawn back to you. Because where there is karma, there's a magnetic charge. Okay? This is the most important part to understand about karma, or the term karmics, right? Again, people who you have karma with that are not the person you're meant to marry, but you have karma with. That's what people refer to as karmic, even though I hate that term. Okay? There is a magnetic attraction between you and that person that often will mistake itself, right, as a true soul bond or a true soul partner. Do you understand? This is why the confusion happens, because people don't understand the difference between a magnetic attraction that's karmic, that is because of a karma, i.e., it's the way God brings you two together to resolve the karma, okay? And true love / your soul partner. Okay? And I don't think you asked this exactly. Who was it again? It's Fearless Fashionistas. Okay? I don't think you asked this, but let me just share. The difference between that and your person, your soul person, okay, is once you resolve the karma with the person you have a karmic resolution, you need a karmic resolution with, it instantly separates. It's like you never even heard of them. They completely go into their world, you go into your world, and it's like it never happened. Like it's just done. Okay? That's how you know it's a karmic connection. Once you learn the lesson, it's you can just completely get over the situation, get over them, they can get over you, you both move on with your lives. Okay? You've resolved the need to be around that person. You've resolved the karma or the karmic connection, which is a magnetic connection. So again, often mistaken as a twin soul connection. This is why the word twin flame has such a negative connotation, by the way. Because many people who think, oh my gosh, I am magnetized to that person, they must be my twin flame. No. No. You can be extremely magnetized and sexually bonded with a person, right? And say, oh my gosh, I am so bonded with this person. I am so magnetized to this person. I can't stop thinking about them. They're my twin flame. No. Okay? That often gets confused for the person, the soul bond with the person you're meant to marry. Okay. Now, the way you tell the difference is you resolve, once you resolve the karma with the karmic person, okay, karmic individual, we'll say, goes away. It's like you never even heard of them. You can move on effortlessly. Okay. With your person, you may have karma with your person that you're meant to marry. The difference is when you resolve it within yourself and with that person, your bond becomes stronger. Okay, let that sink in. Okay. Let me repeat that. When you resolve the karma between you and your actual person, the person you're meant to marry, the person your soul bond is bonded with or connected to, okay, your bond gets stronger. You become more close to them. You become more magnetized to them, actually, rather than farther away. It's the opposite. So it seems very similar, but it's actually completely different. One is based in unconditional love, i.e., I don't care what karma I have with this person. I don't care, they may have done or said things that, were hurtful. It's like, I just love this. I just want the best for this person. Like, I just genuinely love this person so much. And I want the best for them no matter what, even if they're not even with me in this lifetime. That is unconditional love. That is your person. Okay? And you're still attracted to them. You're still in love with them, but you are willing to let them be their best self over your own needs and desires, right? And as you both work through any karma that you have from the lifetimes that you spent on earth, you become closer. You become one. Okay? So you will actually feel yourself becoming one. Okay? Get this. This is really crazy, I know. And yes, for those of you wondering, I do have a twin soul. I do know who she is. Yes. Okay? As you work through the karma, you get closer with your person. You feel closer. You feel more like one with your person. You start to literally feel them as a part of you. You get to feel what they're thinking. You get to feel what they're feeling. You get to feel their emotions. You exchange sexual energy, whether you're talking with them or not. Okay? So it's a whole other world, okay, of this. Okay? So does that answer your question? I know that was a long response. These are long responses, but it's got to be thorough. Fearless Fashionistas, let me know if that really answers your question, or if anyone has another question in conjunction with that. Amy says, how do we know when we are actually in union with our... Oh, well, that answers Amy's question, I think. How do we know when we're actually in union with our person? Many of us have been in our relationship with them, but still moving towards union. How do we know when we are there? Well, the answer I'll tell you is, in this lifetime, this has been channeled to me several times, you're never there. Okay? Even if you're together with your person, the entire lifetime will be spent as a continuous process of becoming more and more one, as one. Okay? This is the whole purpose of this relationship on Earth right now, the twin soul connection on Earth coming together, is you're both individually maybe learning to do the work on your own first, like what work you need to do, okay? So that when you are in union with your person, you can continue to do that work by their side, but you don't stop doing the work. You're never, quote unquote, finished. Now, this goes way, 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 way deeper. I could go way deeper, but I'll just briefly share the higher level version of this is, okay, we are all as a society and a humanity like merging into as one. Like we're merging as one collective consciousness. right? You've ever heard the term collective consciousness, right? And all that stuff, and the humans going to the new earth and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, it's starting, but it's starting with couples. You understand? Twin souls is the start. It's the origin of the greater unity of all the souls on earth merging into one. And we could go way deeper. Like if you've heard of the work of, the channeling of Ra, there's a book, I forget what the name is. Someone may know it in the chat. But they talk about, right, like 6-dimensional consciousness, like there's a consciousness of Venus. And, it's just, this is the evolution of all species as they eventually become one. So the twin soul relationship is it's literally just the beginning of that, where two parts that are of the same frequency, the same DNA, the same soul, different halves, are starting it, or they're coming together to unite and slowly merge together as one. So they're literally one, right? Like operating as two, but one on the inside, and live life. Okay. And then that will continue. I don't know too far ahead, but what I understand is that will continue for a number of lifetimes until the next thing, which has not been shown to me. Okay. But it is a permanent union. That's the thing to understand is when I say together forever, that's literal. That's like when you find your person, that's the other half of your soul. You're going to be together forever. I know that sounds insane, right? But that's the higher level truth here. Okay. You're welcome, Kirsty. I hope it helps you, and I do really appreciate. I was checking your content out. I'm like, this is awesome. So keep up the good work. Okay, Amy, let me know if that answers your question. So Claudia says, question 1. She's got multiple questions. Claudia, are you a Virgo? Question 1, how did you gain the courage to leave behind a corporate or safe, quote unquote, job to pursue a spiritual career? Question 2, do you know your twin flame? I do know who my twin soul is. First of all, twin soul has been channeled to me as the name for the relationship coming together on earth. And again, straightforwardly, it's the other half of your soul, the person that's a mirror or reflection of you that you're meant to live a mission with, that your missions are very aligned, if not the same, okay? Meant to come together, live out a mission, change the world, and also have an amazing relationship and life on earth, and merge together at the end of the day to become one, right? For the greater consciousness of humanity. All right. That's the twin soul connection to me. I let go of the term twin flame because, again, it's very, 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 very often confused with a intensively high-level karmic connection that what I call the spiritual catalyst, honestly. I look at the twin flame connection as like a karmic catalyst or the spiritual catalyst, because oftentimes it's such a strong karmic magnetic bond that it's also awakens you spiritually, okay, to get you ready for your twin soul, okay? And oftentimes in that karmic, that spiritual catalyst connection, hear me now, this is going to be really interesting or kind of crazy sounding, but this is what I've received, is like you will often project your twin soul energy into that person, right? Thinking and hoping and wanting them to become who your twin soul actually is, but it's a projection because they're meant to kind of simulate or remind you of that person, right? And so you may take part of yourself, part of your soul that represents who the person you're meant to be with, and think and project that onto, right, what people commonly refer to as the twin flame, or what I refer to as the spiritual catalyst. Do you see? And then that's where they get confused, because they're like, it's very, very, very difficult. And that's why I recommend, honestly, instead of trying to know, just go through the lessons and love yourself. And you can never go wrong with loving yourself. She says, I'm a Cancer with Virgo Mars. Awesome. Because if you love yourself, as I said, eventually that will resolve the karma between you and, we can say, a karmic flame. I like that term more, karmic flame. And then it'll just completely resolve itself. Like you'll go your separate way, they'll go their separate way, and it won't even be a thing. And in the case with the twin soul, if you love yourself, by default, you're also loving that person, and it brings you closer. Okay, so you'll be shown regardless. Doesn't matter if it's the right person or not. You just got to focus on loving yourself, and everything else will fall into place. You guys get it? Okay. All right, so that was from Claudia. Let me see. Okay, now question 1. How did I gain the courage to leave behind a corporate or safe job? That's a really good. Actually, I was thrown out of my job. I was laid off a week before COVID. That's the truth. Actually, let me back up for a second. So I had a I had a karmic relationship with my job, actually, because I would what happened is I was working my way up I was a trainer, and then I worked my way up eventually to director of sales. But when I was a sales, like the top sales professional in the organization, selling these health and wellness products, I was getting working a lot, like crazy hours, making decent money, but not like the company, the boss at that time wasn't willing to meet any of my other requests or needs, despite the fact that I was a really strong contributor, probably responsible for the 3/4 of the income of the company. And there was a point where I had to say, I have $3,000 in the bank. I was living in Venice at the time. Okay. $3,000 in the bank. Venice, California is extremely expensive. That's like 2 months of rent, if that, not even including food. I was in a little studio apartment, and I had to decide, I was suffering. Am I going to continue to take this abuse, or am I going to walk away from this karmic job because I'm worth more? Okay. So that was the time that I really count as me having the courage, okay, to walk away from a career. The cojones, I want to say. And what happened was very interesting. So I actually had to move out of my studio at the time. I had to move in order to make this work, I had to move into a freaking, what's it called? Like a hostel? No joke. This was like a bunk bed situation with 16 beds in a room. Okay. No joke. In Venice. And it was still $1,000 a month, because that's how crazy expensive Venice was. And basically live off of the savings. And I remember at that time, I had no choice but to try my hardest to survive by being a spiritual practitioner. And back then, I didn't even really read tarot. Yeah. That's exactly what it was. So I was living in it was called a co-living facility, not a hostel. This co-living facility, it's like this really hippie place in Venice. Everyone there is super woo-woo and into astrology. And so I move in. I'm broke. I've barely got money for rent and food for 2 or 3 months. Okay. And I'm working daily in their little working computer lab to create a website. And I still have this website up, by the way. I could show it. If you guys really want to see it, I could show you my first website at some point. Maybe not today, but at some point. Let me know if you want that. It's bad. It's really bad. But I created this in my co-living situation. And I was calling people, hey, I'm a spiritual coach and I do this. And I was trying to advertise. And what happened was I barely made enough money to pay for food. Okay. So I had enough money to pay for 2 months of rent, and I made enough money, probably a few $100s, okay, each of the months to eat. So this is how bad the situation was. And so what happens is the 3rd month comes along. Okay. I am out of money. I don't have rent money for the 3rd month. Okay. I barely have enough to eat, and I have my car, my Toyota Celica, 2002 Toyota Celica. And basically Spirit tells me you got to sell your car. So I sold my car for $1,000. It was way below price. And by the way, this whole time, this was all Spirit led. This is the first time my guides were guiding me. And I had to take a leap of faith based on my gut, based on my guides. Okay. And literally, like, my guides were like, please trust us. We got you. Like, I wouldn't have quit. And I forgot this part of the story, but a good friend of mine, her name was Kiara. She was like a high-level coach, and she was a friend of mine at that time. And she did a tarot reading for me, or she did an oracle reading for me. And basically, that was the confirmation I knew, like, to quit and take this leap of faith. And so anyways, my guides are, I'm in the unknown. I'm like stressing hard, like meditating every day. What am I doing, guys? Like, please, what's the solution here? And I kid you not, okay? I kid you not. And Kayla, this is relevant to you because you know what I'm talking about, okay? I didn't have money. I did nothing. The end, like the last, I think it was the last 4 or 5 days before rent was due of the next month in that living situation. I kid you not. I didn't have the money. I didn't have anything. I'd already sold my car at that point. So I sold my car month 2. Okay, month 3, I have nothing. 4 or 5 days before rent is due, that old job that I had quit comes back to me, okay, and offers me like double what I was making, way more time off, like free time, like actually the ability to travel and be free and like lead from afar, and to be a director of sales, a sales manager / director of sales. It's a small company, so same thing, but basically my dream position, okay? 5 days before rent was due, this job comes in. And I'm like, little do they know I was about to be like homeless, dude. Like, or I was about to have to move back home with my parents, which I was like super not going to do. And I couldn't believe it. I was crying. I was like, behind the scenes. And it was my first journey or experience of spirituality, like practically in the world. Like before that, I was like, maybe they're guides and angels, like, but I'm not going to make my life decisions based on that. Like, that's crazy, right? And basically, it just got so, it got so intolerable to be at that job anymore. It was in my gut. It was like, I had to quit. I have to quit. Okay. And it led me to that situation. And I swear to God, 4 to 5 days, or it was very soon to rent. Okay. That job came back and offered me everything I've ever wanted. And it was awesome. Okay. And then anyways, so long story short, yeah, that's what the universe does sometimes. That's probably what's happening now with a lot of us. So I'm telling the story. Okay. Whether in love or whether in career. Okay. So you got to trust in the unknown. You got to trust your gut. I'm saying it from firsthand experience. You got to trust your gut. Trust your gut. Don't trust your mind always. Trust your gut and let your mind help your gut. But, your mind's going to counter your truth in your gut. Okay. So then what happened is that job was awesome. I was living life. I was like making a bunch of money. I had free time. I was leading the team. I was training people, which I love to do. And then a week before COVID, the company basically, was, I don't know, they were not doing so well, or they needed to cut positions, and my position got cut. So I got laid off a week before COVID. Then a week later, the whole company closed down for COVID. I happened to get an opportunity to go be an independent contractor. So it was my first entrepreneurial gig to build a health and wellness facility in Minnesota. And so I went out with my ex-partner at the time, and we went out and I helped this person build out this whole health and wellness facility, and it was great. Fast forward, right? Me and that person broke up, and then I came back home to California and just had the money, had the savings basically to decide, all right, I'm going to go get a studio in Marina Del Rey in California and like take a huge leap of faith because I want to build my own business. I want to do it. Like, I'm going to do it. And I just had started on YouTube at that time. You can go see my first videos on this channel. They're absolutely terrible, but check them out. It was never always this, like technologically advanced. It was very bad. But no, that was the leap of faith. But I did have the resources. I did at that time have the money and the resources to have that at least 3 to 6 months of savings to survive in rent and food. So I had a little bit of time. And then basically I just put everything into it. At that point, I said, there's no other solution. Like, I'm going to study YouTube. I'm going to study the algorithm. I'm going to study, like, practically speaking, how to make my gifts work. And tarot was the most, like, obvious thing that came to me as, like, a way that was like, hey, this is a great market. There's not too many readers out there. There's still an opportunity to, like, gain some market share. And yeah, it became my vehicle to be able to express my gifts here. So that's my story in a nutshell. I know, sorry to bore you guys with that story, but I just think there's a lot of lessons in that, right? And some of you guys, there's lessons in practicality. Like, yes, it was true. I could only do this because I had the savings saved up from that other gig. The other thing is, when I was suffering in that job, I did leave. I did have to leave, even if I didn't have the resources. So sometimes you got to make that gut call. Now, would I recommend leaving without resources? No, I would not recommend it unless your gut is telling you this is what you need to do. So always listen to your to your gut. But if you can have the resources, it definitely makes it easier. Okay. Claudia says, you're amazing what you do. I kind of feel like a celebrity hearing you read out my name and questions. Thank you, Claudia. And I'm definitely not a celebrity, but I appreciate that. I'm excited too, because this is definitely what I love to do. And I'm happy. I'm very blessed and gifted to be here. Okay. But I also, as you can see, I took some great risk and I took some very big leaps of faith and I've been through quite a ringer here. Okay, as many of you guys have too. All right, let's see if there's any other questions, and then we will finish out. Okay. Let me check if there's any questions on Instagram or TikTok here. Okay, I don't see. Kayla says, your energy has shifted. Yes, it has. As I'm sure yours has. As I'm sure yours has. Okay. Oh, Mashid. Hey, Mashid. How's it going? When did you start channeling? I started channeling around that time, actually. If you heard the story, around 2018, 2019 was when I first started, we can say, talking with my guides or listening to my intuition or hearing a voice of my intuition, basically. My gift is more clairaudience. So I can hear the words, basically, and have a knowingness of the words to speak them. So, yeah. So that was around 2018, 2019. That was actually stimulated by astrology. So as I learned astrology, the intuition came alive. And then as I learned tarot, my intuition more so came alive. It was practice for my intuition, actually. So it was really good. Okay. Let's see. Okay, my guided self, really good question. But if all that is true, I'm guessing the explanation about the true self and the karmic, and you're in separation, does it make sense to try to move on with others when we're in separation, when our person doesn't seem to be coming back? All right. I'm so glad you asked this, my guided self. This is a very, very, very important question, and I want to answer it concretely. Okay. And I'm going to channel as much as I can and be objective as much as I can, outside of my personal opinion. Because, I might have a personal opinion, but the higher truth, the objective truth might be different. Also, gosh, I hope the phones might die here. I hope not. Okay. We are getting low on battery here, so I'm probably going to have to wrap this up soon, but I will get out as much as I can. So anyways, the question is, if all that is true and you're in separation, does it make sense to try to move on with others when we're in separation, when our person doesn't seem to be coming back? Okay. Here's my answer. If you are in separation from the person in your soul, you're meant to marry. Like, you have a knowingness in your heart and your soul that you're meant for this person. You're only meant for this person. You're going to marry that person. Your soul will reject hear me now, it will automatically reject other souls and other energies. Okay? From either seriously pursuing other energies or seriously receiving energetically from other people. Why, you may ask? Because your person and your soul bond, your soul connection, fills your space. Right? It fills you up. And you and them are exchanging energies here. Okay? So if you know your person, yet you're in separation or they don't seem to be coming back, you have to rely on your intuition rather than the logic to know what's truly going on and where they're truly at. Because chances are, again, we talked about black hole energy, it may seem exactly like they are not wanting to be with you or for you or, making a choice or whatever, but the reality is very, very different. The reality inside. Okay? Now, in all of our journey, we may all have a moment where we have a moment of weakness and we say, screw this. I'm fed up with this situation or this person or this bond. I'm going to try to go be with someone else. I'm going to try to go be with a soulmate or something like that, or, whatever that version is. Okay? A regular old relationship. And we're all human. We all have this. Okay? And when this happens, or when this, is like the attempts are made to go and to pursue that, sometime down the line, rather quickly, if and when things progress even a little bit, it becomes extremely obvious, okay, to us. It will become extremely obvious to us that this is not, this is a pure no. No, this is not my person. I don't want them. I reject that soul. Even if they're attractive, even if they are seemingly really compatible, right? And they have all the things, okay? So you have to be in tune with your body and your soul, not just your mind, because your mind may say, oh yeah, no, this person's not pursuing me. I'm just going to go pursue other people. Okay, great. Go try that. If you're truly with your person, though, your body's going to reject it, okay? Okay. So my advice would be to never, ever, 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 ever go against your body, if that's even possible, because it's possible your body might not even work. Okay? If you try to be with someone else, you know what I mean? So don't ignore your body. And also, don't change your body, don't manipulate your body to go against your soul. Do you understand? I'm just going to say, right, there's a couple things that exist on this planet. Okay? There's hormones we can take, there's pills we can take, there's prescriptions we can take, there's ways we have access to change our body so that we can override, right, what our soul's truth is. Okay? This is bad, as in objectively it's going to screw up and create karma for your life. Okay? That's the only way I'm going to use the term bad. If you create your own karma and your own suffering, that will do it. Okay? And I'm not speaking this as a judgment, because I've done those things too. Okay? I've had a prescription for testosterone replacement therapy. Right? I have used drugs like Viagra in the past, okay, to override what my body or my soul really wanted or was inclined to. Okay, so I understand. Okay, for women, that may be birth control as well. And yes, birth control is, if you haven't heard or done the research, it is extremely soul and life, not soul altering, but life altering, hormonally and physiologically. Okay, so it's very difficult, right, to readjust back to your natural way of being, to the point where you won't even find the same people attractive anymore because you're just a different version of yourself. Okay. Anyways, so to answer your question, my guided self, if you're not with, if you're not bonded with a person, you won't have that experience. You'll be able to move on. You'll be able to go, and if you want to be with other people, you'll be with other people, no problem. And maybe that's what you need. Maybe that's what your soul needs to gain perspective as well, okay, that you're able to move on. That sometimes happens too. But that will often happen in the case of like someone who you're not meant to marry, you're not meant to be with, okay? But no, if you are truly bonded with your person, I mean, it's not even like you'll have to follow a rule. It'll just be the truth. Your soul will just be like, no, I reject this. It doesn't matter how turned on or attracted you are to that person, or, like how pleasing that person is to you. Like, your soul will ultimately reject another soul. Okay. And this is both in my experience, but also when I'm getting channeled too. Okay. So my bottom line advice is, if you need to try that, try it, but just stay tuned to your body, because your body's not going to lie to you. Okay. Unless you override it. Okay. Does that answer your question, my guided self? Let me know. Okay. And my guided self says, thank you, because I struggle with, while I watch him constantly date people he isn't serious about. My soul's rejecting the universe, reject every person I've tried to date. Yeah. And look, what I'll say to you, my guided self, is that is very likely happening to him as well. No matter if he's outwardly dating other people and all this stuff, it's like, trust me when I say, if he's your person, right, and you're having this experience towards him, he's having the same thing. It's just an outward presentation. Okay. So take it as it resonates. Take it as it resonates. Don't take that as, the hard truth here. I'm not channeling for you, but I'm just saying more than likely. Okay. Let's see. Elaine says, I tried it. Didn't work, LOL, and I broke my own heart. Yeah. LOL, the harder I tried to love someone else, the more I lost myself. Yeah. That's all that happens. It's all that happens, right? That's all that can happen when you are truly already with someone else. You have to understand this. You're already spiritually married with someone else. This is the true definition of marriage, is you are spiritually connected, not just physically, but spiritually. So if you're already married spiritually with someone else, it's not going to work to be with anyone else. That's marriage. Okay. So that's what we all have to decide, right? Is whoever that person is, are we married to them already, and surrender whether we are or whether we're not. Okay. Thank you for sharing that, Elaine, by the way. It's always helpful hearing people's experiences. Okay. All right. I think that's everything, guys. I think that's all that we have for today. I'm going to skip ads on this YouTube channel. I didn't know you guys were seeing ads, by the way. We do have a question on Instagram here, and we're about to die on battery, so it is perfect time here. Did your twin soul relationship come into union and stay in? It came into union and separated. Yeah, it separated. How do we know that person is meant for us? You will know in time, and within your heart, the truth will be shown to you undeniably. Sometimes you just have to go through periods of time in the unknown. Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes you just have to go through periods of time of not knowing, because the more you figure out that truth within you, okay, the more healed and the more spiritually advanced and evolved you become in that process. That's why God puts us through the periods of the unknown, because we have to evolve. We have to adapt to become the version of ourselves that knows our own truth and can better serve the world. Yeah? Okay. Can a reading help to know if you are soulmates? Yes, but make sure it's the right reader. Okay? I have had so many... Okay, one thing I will share, this is just a general disclaimer. I'm not even doing readings right now, so this is not a plug to get a reading with me. But unless you get a reader who either is in or experienced, this twin soul relationship, this twin soul connection, they're not going to know the energy. They're not going to know it. They're not going to know how to identify it. Okay? Because the vibration of a twin soul connection, or someone going through that or has that inside of them, is really high. So unless you get a reader that is on that same level or higher, or they've had that experience, they're not going to know what the hell you're talking about. And they're going to say, that's a karmic, let them go. They're going to give the classic therapy response, which is, you shouldn't feel feelings for your person, but you should logically, it should make sense. This is the therapy response. Did you know therapists are telling people this? What bullshit. Oh yeah, you shouldn't feel sparks or butterflies towards your actual person you're going to marry. You should actually, logically, it should make sense, but you really shouldn't feel anything on the first date. This is complete and utter garbage. This is complete and utter bullshit and numbed out nonsense that society is teaching people. Okay? Makes absolutely zero sense. Okay? Yes, you should feel absolute fireworks and butterflies and love and desire for your person, and it should make logical sense, okay, to be fair. But okay, do you guys understand? So find the right reader, because otherwise you're going to get that. You're going to get a reader that is logically looking at the cards, doesn't understand the what a twin soul journey is or what that vibration is, and it's not their fault. It's just they don't know. They haven't been on that journey. It's a very, very high vibration. Okay. So find the right person, or just rely on your own self. That's my advice. And you'll find if there's a person that's meant to read for you, you'll find them. Many of you in this chat, you email me with your reading request. You're like, this is what I get 99% of the time. Okay. And you're like, Brandon, I don't know why I just paid like $500 for an hour of your time. I just felt drawn. Like I just felt like I needed to. Or I don't know why I just paid $332 for a pre-recorded reading, but it just felt like I needed to get a reading from you. And I barely watched one of your videos, right? So the reader for you will be put in front of you. You don't have to worry about that. But if that person isn't put in front of you, just trust your own gut. That's the best way I can do it. Okay? Okay. When am I restarting my personalized readings? TBD. TBD. I don't know yet. My personal goals are to keep building up, this live stream and the free content and the low cost content, possibly some courses, things like that, the podcast, build a greater audience, and then maybe bring back coaching and services. But right now, this is feeling pretty good to not have, the extra work to do. So I can put more time into this, of course. So TBD, but if you want to stay updated if and when I do, what I may do is I may offer it like once every few months or something like that, right? Like just, and this isn't, like if you want to get updated with me when I'm like, hey, I'm offering readings for this month or something like that, like definitely subscribe to my email, or I may post on Instagram, but I may do that. Like I may open it for a little bit of time just to, if people really need it, because I have been getting a lot of requests. But that's kind of my plan right now. So yeah, that's where I'm at. So anyways, I love you all. Thank you so much for joining. What a crazy live stream. This was 4 hours, by the way. I hope you guys got something of value. And I want, just before I go, seriously, you guys are the best. Like my heart is so grateful for you. Like each and every single one of you, you have no idea. Like more than I can express. It's getting me emotional, because this is what I came here to do. And without each of you being here and finding this, somehow finding this valuable, I wouldn't be able to do this. So thank you so much. It is a true honor. It is a true pleasure of mine to be here. I can't wait for more of these. Let us know in the chat if you want more of these. If these should be weekly or once every 2 weeks, let me know as well. I'm very, interested to hear your opinion and take that into account. But I just want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you so much. Whether you're a first-time viewer, returning viewer, whether you've purchased one of my products or not, I don't care. Just thank you so much. And all the products I mentioned, the channeled meditation, audio, the PDF, the podcast, all of that will be, and the email subscription, you want to stay up to date, will be in the description box of this YouTube channel after I post this video, and then also my link tree, so you can find it there to stay up to date. And I look forward to future live streams with all of you. Thank you so much, and I'll see you guys on the next one. All right, bye for now.